Because this isn't mine here.
You gave me 2 audio videos?
No, you know, they go straight into the camera. I don't have it.
It's a 1.
Yeah. I mean,
Stephen?
Okay, good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. This is the call of the criminal list in Hamden County Superior Courtroom 2, Criminal Session 5. The Honorable Michael Callan presiding. Next matter is the trial of Commonwealth versus Blake Scanlon. Could the attorneys identify themselves for the record, please?
Good morning, Matthew Green on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Morning, Joseph Call-Flores for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Maurice Elkins for Blake Scanlon.
Good morning, Eva Jellison for Blake Scanlon.
All right, good morning. So we're just waiting for Mr. Scanlon to be brought out.
Your Honor, I have a brief housekeeping matter once Mr. Scanlon is present.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna ask you both when he comes out, or there's anything we need to take up, and then there's a matter I need to take up with you, okay? Mr. Scanlon's with us. Good morning, Mr. Scanlon. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
Thank you. Your Honor, the matter I wanted to address briefly deals with the sequestration order.
Yes.
The victim's mother, Jessica, is a testifying witness. She obviously has a invested interest in being present for most, if not all, of the trial. I would ask if the court would consider exempting her from the sequestration order.
She's your witness, Mr. Green?
She is.
Okay, all right.
And in so much as she would still be ordered not to discuss any of what she hears or sees in the courtroom with any other witness, but she would very much like to be present for openings and the first responding officers. I expect she would testify shortly after those individuals.
All right. Attorney Elkins, do you wish to be heard on that?
Yes, Your Honor, I would object. You know, it's common, it's the standard practice to sequester witnesses. I'd also note that Mr. Scanlon's mother is also on the witness list. And if Your Honor allows Ms. Bray to remain, I'd ask that Ms. Green also be allowed to remain.
So here's what I'll do. Those witnesses can stay for the openings, but when the testimony starts, they'll be sequestered, all right? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now there's a matter I need to take up with you. One of our jurors reported that it's the fellow in C5, Mr. Walsh? C5. He reported, I guess Friday, that he might remember something about this case in general. That's all that was reported. So I'm gonna bring him up, and I had him, when he reported today, put in a separate room from the rest of the jurors so that we could have a chance to talk to him before he met with the other jurors, and otherwise all 15 are here. So I'm gonna bring him out now and have a conversation with him. We're gonna have to have the pool camera shut off for our conversation with jurors, sir, okay? Because that will not be televised.
I doubt it will take that long, but...
I'll give you up to a half hour.
Thank you.
All right. Oops. All right, so if you line them up, Jim?
Your Honor. It seemed like that there was a couple of outstanding things. I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say you were going to call it a jury.
Yeah, I'm lining them up. So what do you need to, what do we want to talk about?
Well, I had asked you to consider a little bit more limiting rule regarding the cameras and their, whether or not they aired the photos. And I hadn't seen any, further thought or remarks by yourself on that. And then also, we never really got a clear ruling on the number and amount of photos that would come in our motion to eliminate regarding the crime scene photos and autopsy photos. And I wondered if, and I'm not sure if that's intended to be brought in today. And
That's my question for Mr. Green. At what point in time do you want to be bringing those photos forward?
I expect today, actually before lunch.
Okay. Then let's get through the, if you're not going to use them in the openings?
No.
All right, so let's get through the openings on that, and then I'll make a ruling on those two aspects, so thank you for that. All set. I need those photos, Bill. I need those photos. Yeah, right. Good idea.
Jury entering. Okay, be seated.
All right, welcome back to Hampden County Superior Court. Members of the jury, we're in courtroom 2 for this trial. I want to start today like I start every day, and that's thanking you for your service. Thanking you all. I know, got to meet you all last Wednesday when we paneled. I know that you're all very busy people, both professionally and personally, and that's a commitment, public service commitment that you're making to be here for this trial. I'll start every day by thanking you for that service. Questions I'll have for you every morning before we start are the following. Has any with anyone and the balance of those instructions since you were last in court Wednesday? I see no affirmative response. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case outside of this courtroom since Wednesday that has affected or would affect your ability to consider this case as a fair and impartial juror? I see no affirmative response. And finally, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as jurors in this case that any juror wishes to bring to my attention at this time? I see no affirmative response. I find I'll ask that they be sworn now, please.
Okay, would you all please stand one more time and raise your right hands one more time? Do you all solemnly swear that you will make, do you all solemnly swear that you shall well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Send to the department.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hearken to your indictment, 19 CR 168. It has 2 counts. First count, murder General Laws, Chapter 265, Section 1. The grand jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Blake Scanlon, defendant herein of Westfield in the County of Hampden, on or about January 12, 2019, at Westfield in the County of Hampden, did assault and beat Alexis Avery with intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Alexis Avery in violation of General Laws, Chapter 265, Section 1. Count 2, assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon. The grand jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Blake Scanlon, defendant herein of Springfield in the County of Hampden, on or about January 12, 2019, at Westfield in the County of Hampden, did assault and beat Alexis Avery with a dangerous weapon, to wit a knife, in violation of General Laws, Chapter 265, Section 15A, Paragraph B. To the 2 counts of this indictment, the defendant has pleaded that he is not guilty and for trial thereof puts himself upon his country, which country you are. You are now sworn to try the issues. If he is guilty, you will say so. If he is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
All right, members of the jury, you will be responsible for deciding this case, so please pay close attention to the evidence you will see and hear during the course of our trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then meet together in private to consider the evidence, apply the law as I give it to you, and work together to reach a verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'm going to give you these initial instructions. I will explain the indictments that Mr. Walsh, our clerk, just read aloud and describe what will happen during the course of this trial. I'll also give you some information as to my role as the judge, the lawyer's respective roles, and your role, most importantly, as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply in this case, and I'll explain some important things that you must do and must not do during the course of this trial. A moment ago, our clerk, Mr. Walsh, read the language of the indictments in this case. An indictment is simply a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. These indictments that were read to you are not evidence in this case, and the fact that Mr. Scanlon is facing these charges does not mean that he is guilty of committing any crime. As I told you when we were selecting you as jurors, Mr. Scanlon has pled not guilty to all of these charges. At the end of the trial, you, the jury, will decide whether the prosecution has proved these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. When I finish with these initial instructions, the prosecutor and the defense counsel will make opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence to show. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first, then the defendant will have the chance to call additional witness if the defendant chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all the evidence, each side will make a closing argument to summarize the evidence and to suggest at that time conclusions that you may reach based upon the evidence in the law. The lawyer's opening statements and closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you hear and see in this courtroom, but the opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I'll give you, much like I'm doing now, I will read to you the legal rules, that is the law that you must apply in deciding this case. You'll then discuss the case in private in the jury deliberation room, which you are now all familiar with, to work together as a jury to reach a verdict. So my job as the judge of this case is to make sure that this case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you hear and see only evidence that is allowed under our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules of evidence is to make sure that what you see and hear at this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says the word objection, that means the lawyer thinks that a particular answer or exhibit violates the rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained when a lawyer makes an objection, that means that the witness may not answer the question or the party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules of evidence, you may not consider the answer or exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess what the evidence might have been if I had let the question and answer be made. There may be times during the course of the trial when I instruct you or I tell you to disregard something or allow a motion to strike something that you've already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit I tell you to disregard or that I strike is not evidence, and you may not consider it or even discuss it during the course of your deliberations. Again, as I mentioned to you before, at the end of this case, my final role with you is to instruct you on the law that you must apply at the conclusion of the case. I'm going to give you those instructions out loud like I'm doing right now, and I'm also going to give you a written version to take with you in the jury room as you work together to reach your verdict. The role of the lawyers now. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their respective positions. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side, as I told you about a few moments ago. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. The lawyers have to let me know when there's a potential issue about whether you may see, hear, or consider something. Now, your role as the jury. You have the most important role and job in this entire trial. After you've heard and seen all the evidence, you, the prosecution, has proven Mr. Scanlon guilty of the crimes charged based upon the legal principles that I will explain to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear during this trial and on my instructions, that is the law that I give you at the conclusion of the case. You may not decide this case based upon suspicion, guesswork, or speculation, or based upon any type of emotion that you may feel during the trial. The evidence in the trial consists of the testimony of witnesses, as you recall it, and any documents or other things that become exhibits. Other things you will see and hear during the trial are not evidence. For example, as I told you, the openings and the closings are not evidence. The questions that the attorneys ask themselves are not evidence. A witness's answers are evidence, but the lawyer's questions are not. A very important part of your job and your role as jurors in this case is to decide who and what to believe. Whether the testimony is contradicted by any other evidence or not, it is entirely up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything that a witness says, part of what a witness says, or none at all of what a particular witness tells you. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or not. In deciding who or what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or not? Though witnesses take an oath to tell the truth, sometimes the witness says things that the witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness misled or did not tell the truth about something, then of course you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate, or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful but that some part of the witness's testimony was not accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion whatsoever about what or who you should believe in this case. As I've explained to you, that's not my role. That is yours and yours alone. So please do not take anything that I say or anything that I do during the course of this trial to suggest to you what I think you ought to believe or how to decide this case. It's not my role. It's entirely yours. We choose jurors because we believe you, and I found you, that to be fair, open-minded, and are open-minded with respect to this case, and that you not favor either side when you evaluate the evidence and you decide this case. As I mentioned to you, do not let sympathy, prejudice, or personal likes or dislikes influence you in any way. You must consider the evidence calmly and carefully. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people in this country deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I'm sure that you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. Those assumptions exist even if we're not aware of them and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. We judges have the same problem, so let me share a few strategies that may be useful to you. First, slow down. Do not rush to any decisions. Hasty decisions are most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, maintain and keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, that is when you meet to discuss and decide the case. You will have all the evidence and truly all the time you need to make a careful decision, so there is no need to start making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all of the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide the case based on the evidence in the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. And finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of this case, I'm going to remind you of these strategies and ask that you focus on the evidence instead upon any unsupported assumptions that you may have. All that we ask of you, individually and as a group, is to do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. I want to talk to you about, again, some legal rules that apply to this case. I told you about them when we picked you as jurors, but I want to remind you about them first of all. There is the presumption of innocence. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Mr. Scanlon is presumed to be innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider him to be innocent now, and you must still consider him to be innocent at the end of this trial unless the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt through the evidence that he committed the crimes charged. The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you that he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything. Under our Constitution, the defendant does not have to question witnesses or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant at all. At the end of this trial, after you've heard and seen all the evidence, you will deliberate with each other. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Mr. Scanlon guilty only if all of the deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proven the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So, again, we talked about this last Wednesday. I'm going to repeat it for you now. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, although not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When I refer to moral certainty, I mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in the trial of this case. I've told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proven guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If at the end you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability or even a strong probability that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence in this case must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are now sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. So, note-taking. When the evidence starts, that is after the opening statements are done and the evidence in the case starts, you will be allowed, that is permitted, to take notes during the course of the trial. When you meet to discuss this case at the end, that is to deliberate, we cannot provide you with a transcript of anything that occurs here in the courtroom. You're going to have to rely on your own memory of what occurred during the trial for your discussions. So you may take notes if you wish. I want to emphasize, you are not required to take notes. Some on how awesome of a note taker you are, how lousy of a note taker you are. Some jurors take some notes, some jurors take a lot of notes, some jurors take 0 notes. It's entirely up to you. It's entirely your decision. Whether you take notes or not, you will need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who or what to believe, you should watch and listen to each witness carefully. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you decide whether and how much to believe the witness. Remember, as I mentioned to you now, your memory of what the witness has said and does on the witness stand during the course of the trial governs, not your notes. So do not assume because you or another juror wrote something down that it is more accurate than you or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. So one last final piece about notes. Your notes are entirely confidential. No one, including me, will ever read the notes. The court officers collect the notebooks at the end of each day and keep them safe until they're returned to you the next morning. They're not kept in the record. They're not a permanent part of any record in this case. They're entirely yours, and they will be shredded at the conclusion of the case, so they're not part of the record and no one will. Please raise. We'll make the necessary adjustments, as I mentioned. Break for to bring me. One last thing about logistics here. They're designed to point out so that they pick up what people are saying. They're relatively sensitive, so the mic is always on. So if you happen to say something to a fellow juror in the box at any point in time, there's a possibility that can get picked up on the microphone, and we don't want that to happen. So please keep in mind that the mics near you are live, and be cautious about that. So I know, I've met you all, got a chance to meet on Wednesday in some detail when I met you at the side of the bench with the lawyers. I know that you're going to try this case in accordance with the oath that Mr. Walsh just gave to you in open court. When you took that oath, you promised that you would, quote, well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the law, end of quote. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will in the end arrive at a fair and just verdict. It is now time for the opening statements. Mr. Green.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, folks. Anyone set to testify? With the exception of Ms. Bray, or Ms. Bray and Ms. Green, please step out into the hallway. Counsel will come get you as soon as we can.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It was over. I'm going to ask you to keep that phrase in mind throughout the course of this trial. It was over. On January 1st of 2019, New Year's Day, Alexis Avery told the defendant, Mr. Scanlon, that their relationship was over. They had dated off and on again for several years and tried to make it work. In June of 2018, they got an apartment together at 92 White Street in the city of Westfield, and they moved in. Alexis was pregnant at the time with the defendant's baby, and in August of 2018, a baby girl, Darla, was born. Still, things weren't working out between the two of them. And on New Year's Day, Alexis told the defendant that their relationship had come to an end. On Friday, January 11th, 2019, so just about 10 or 11 so days later, Alexis made plans that night to go out with her close friend, Caitlin Avery, who's also her cousin, and you will hear from Caitlin during the course of this trial. They were going to have a girls' night out. It had been a long time. Alexis dropped her baby off at her grandmother's house and borrowed her mother's car, Jessica's car, and you'll hear from Jessica as well. Alexis and Caitlin went back to their apartment on White Street to get ready for the night. So it's about 7 or 8 o'clock. They are doing their makeup and getting dressed and just doing normal things, getting ready for the evening. The defendant, Mr. Scanlon, was there at first, and he was, as you will hear, described by the witnesses, acting mopey and sad and saying things like, "I can't believe my family is leaving." Around 8 o'clock, the defendant went over to his friend's house. Alexis and Caitlin didn't make plans with the defendant. They didn't intend to meet up with him that night. She was looking forward to spending the night with Caitlin. Now, about this same time, Alexis actually changed her Facebook profile to single and started talking to a guy at work that she had a crush on. His name, you will hear, is Scott Burns. And Scott Burns will testify in this case as well. Scott and Alexis worked together, and that night, Alexis and Scott made plans to meet up and have a drink. About 9 p.m. Friday night, Alexis and Caitlin go to a bar in Westfield called the Maple Leaf Cafe. And things are going fine. Scott, the guy she was interested in, and one of his co-workers showed up about an hour or so after Alexis got there, and they were hitting it off. Alexis and Scott were flirting and talking to each other. He was buying them drinks. But you'll hear from Alexis's cousin, Caitlin, that she kept checking her cell phone and was vigilant to see where the defendant physically was, because they shared their location together. And what you will hear is that the defendant was at his friend's house, which is what she anticipated. So at that point, all things were going fine. Now, a little bit later in the night, Alexis and Scott really started to hit it off, and they were at the bar at the Maple Leaf kissing. Sometime around, the defendant shows up at the Maple Leaf with a friend. Caitlin went over to Alexis immediately and said, "Hey, cool it. Blake just got here." They decided they wanted to go someplace else. So they paid their tabs and they went over to another bar in town. This is probably around 11 now, called Whip City Brewery, or the Whip. So they paid their tabs, they went over to the Whip. They told Scott and his friend where they were going so they could meet up with them. And as they began to walk outside, the defendant rushed after Alexis, and there was a conversation that Caitlin couldn't hear, but again, things seemed. Around 11:30 at night, Alexis and Caitlin drove over to the second bar, the Whip, and Scott and his friend showed up shortly thereafter, as was planned. 30 minutes or so after that, the defendant once again showed up at the Whip. And this time he was alone. His friend wasn't there. Caitlin Avery will describe the defendant to you, standing in the corner alone, staring at Alexis and Scott, who were still flirting. And I expect you'll see some pictures of the inside of these two bars. They're not big. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but you'll hear from a Westfield detective who is familiar with both places, obviously, who took some pictures. These are small venues, so it's fair to say that the defendant saw what was happening with Alexis and Scott. At some point in the night, Caitlin Avery actually grabbed the defendant, Blake, who she obviously knew, and brought him outside and said something to him like, "What are you doing? You know you're breaking up." And then the defendant said something like, "How could she do this to me? And why the fuck is that dude hugging her?" Caitlin goes, "Listen, they're co-workers, don't worry about it, it's not a big deal." But again, they're breaking up, so it shouldn't have been. The defendant says, "If I see that shit again, I'm gonna fuck him up." Caitlin goes back inside, finds Alexis, kind of gives her the lowdown. "Hey, maybe you want to cool it a little bit with Scott." At some point in the night, Alexis, who you'll hear drove her mother's car to the bar that night, misplaced her key fob. And so she was trying to find her key fob. Caitlin was trying to help her find her key fob. Even the defendant at some point was trying to help her find this key fob for Jessica's mother's car, a Mazda. Now, 1 o'clock in the morning, Alexis kind of disappears from the bar. The defendant was still there, Caitlin was still there. The defendant was asking Caitlin, "Where is she? Where is she? I can't find her." And as it got later and closer to closing time, Caitlin became more paranoid because Alexis was her ride home and she couldn't find her. Alexis and Scott had gone out into the parking. They got into the back of his truck and they were having sex, Alexis and Scott Burns. The defendant walked up to Scott Burns' truck, saw what was happening, opened the door, and according to what I expect you'll hear from Scott Burns, in an oddly calm demeanor for what he is seeing, he simply says to Alexis, "Get your things, let's go." But not before she tells Blake Scanlon, "I don't want to be with you, I want to be with him, Scott." The defendant barely acknowledged Scott. He certainly did not fuck him up. He simply asked Alexis to get her things. They got into her car and they drove home to their apartment on White Street in Westfield. Caitlin did get home that night, but she never saw Alexis Avery alive again. Nobody did. Because that night, Blake Scanlon murdered her. He waited until they were alone, back at their apartment. Then he got a kitchen knife and he stabbed Alexis Avery 28 times. He stabbed her in the neck, piercing her jugular. He stabbed her over and over again during her midsection. Some of those wounds were so deep that they lacerated and damaged many of her major organs. He slashed her face. He stabbed her in the back. And Alexis had what the medical examiner will describe as defensive wounds. Wounds all up and down her arms. The medical examiner will tell you that there was actually literally no blood left in Alexis Avery's heart. She bled out on the kitchen floor of their apartment. Their relationship was over, but the defendant made sure that it was over for Alexis. And if he couldn't have her, nobody was going to have her. The defendant then attempted to injure himself. Can't tell you exactly when during the course of this day or day and a half that's going to be crucial that follows that happened. But he did cut his own wrists, superficial wounds. He even tried to light some debris underneath the gas stove, and you'll hear from an arson investigator about that. But that didn't do anything either. The defendant spent the next day and a half, approximately, delaying the inevitable. On Saturday morning, Alexis's mother, Jessica, started to try and contact her. She had to pick up her baby, she had things to do. Pretty normal stuff for a mom to try and contact her daughter, especially since her baby was with her grandmother. And Jessica started to receive replies from Alexis's phone. It started off by saying, "Blake and I aren't feeling great. Can Grandma watch the baby for another night? I just can't. I'm not in a good headspace." And then you'll see numerous calls and texts from Jessica to Alexis Avery's phone throughout the entire course of that day on Saturday. And you will see that those calls and text messages went from concern to alarm to full-blown panic. Because on Sunday morning, Alexis still had not picked up her baby. And Jessica, who you will hear from, Alexis's mother, had a sneaking suspicion, call it mother's intuition, that something was not right. She had not heard her daughter's voice since Friday. She had received text messages from her phone, but she had not heard her voice. At this point in time, Alexis's mother, Jessica, in a last desperate attempt, sends a message at about 11 in the morning to Alexis's phone. Kind of foreboding. She says, "I'm not playing. You know I watch too much Dateline. If I don't hear your voice, I am calling the police and I am coming over there." And that's just before 11 a.m. on Sunday. And at 11:02 a.m., the defendant calls 911 himself. You'll hear that call. It's about 8 minutes long. The defendant calls 911 and tells the 911 dispatcher that he needs help because he had tried to cut his wrists and he was bleeding. And then he volunteers to the 911 dispatcher, "I stabbed my girlfriend on Friday after I caught her cheating on me." Police and paramedics, of course, as they do, when you call 911, show up. The defendant is still holding the phone that he's on the 911 call with at the time. The first officer who responds tells him to put the phone down and make sure that the area is safe and secure. That officer will tell you that he noticed Alexis Avery's body in the kitchen. This is a very small apartment, and you'll see pictures of it. You'll see Alexis Avery was on the kitchen floor, and it was a fairly bloody, gruesome crime scene. The officer approaches the defendant on the couch, who's holding this phone, realizes that he's not in any danger, holsters his weapon, and says to the defendant, essentially, what happened? And the defendant, once again, openly admits to Officer Bradley, "I stabbed her on Friday after I caught her cheating." The defendant is evaluated on the scene by paramedics, transported to Noble Hospital, where he is treated and released that same day for superficial lacerations to his wrists. And then a very thorough, as you would expect, investigation ensued. State police became involved in the investigation, Westfield police, the crime scene analysis unit from the state police came and processed the scene. You're going to hear from all of the witnesses about all the work that went into this investigation. And I'm going to suggest to you that the evidence is going to be quite substantial. There will be no question in your minds at the conclusion of this trial as to who killed Alexis Avery in the early morning hours of January 12th of 2019. There will be no question at all about how Alexis Avery died. The medical examiner will tell you 28 sharp force wounds, any number of which were potentially fatal in and of themselves. Once you hear all the facts, listen to all the witnesses, and see all of the evidence in this case, I suggest to you that you will also have no doubts in your mind, no questions at all left, that the defendant committed first-degree murder when he stabbed Alexis Avery 28 times. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Green. Attorney Elkins.
Good morning. After what you just heard, I think perhaps you might be relieved about what I'm about to say next. The question in this trial won't be if you find Mr. Scanlon guilty. It will be what you find him guilty of. We start there. You heard a lot from the judge already about the presumption of innocence and how the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So you might be asking yourself, how do I square what I just said to you with that? And this is what I mean when I say the question here isn't if but of what? I mean this, the indictment alleges murder, but you will learn that this trial, and when we put folks on trial for a crime like this, that it's not just as simple as innocent or guilty, convict or acquit. You'll be told what the law is in this Commonwealth and what it means when we talk about first-degree murder and second-degree murder and other forms of homicide. And so, if you experienced any relief at all when I did suggest to you how I expect this case to end, I would also say that in some ways what you're being asked to do is among the hardest things we ever ask a jury to do, which is to think very carefully and listen very carefully to all of the evidence and not just focus on the outcome, but all of the circumstances surrounding that. So, ADA Green has suggested here that this is all very straightforward. But I would suggest, and I will tell you that I expect that the evidence is not going to show you that was simply that it was over. The evidence is going to show that Miss Avery and Mr. Scanlon, in fact, had a lengthy on-again, off-again relationship. And that at the time that this happened, they had been on again for quite a long time, since their daughter was born in August and since before that, through her pregnancy. And that on January 11th, yes, you are going to hear evidence that they were contemplating the end of the relationship, but they still had a home together. They still lived together. They were still parenting together. Can appreciate that the evidence is going to show that as young people who had been together a long time and as brand new parents, who the evidence is going to show had both hoped and had every expectation of parenting that child together, that even if they weren't together, that as long as they were still living in the same home and until they were not, that they were still operating with this certain kind of relationship. Now here's what's not in dispute. Ms. Avery hooked up that night with a coworker, a man that she had not been out with previously. She wasn't carrying on a long-term affair with this young man. That was the first night that they had been together. And it's not in dispute that when Mr. Scanlon came to the whip, they weren't just flirting, but that she was making out. Miss Avery was making out with Mr. Burns. And then, knowing full well that he was at the bar, went directly outside and had sex with Mr. Burns in his truck. Now, you're also going to be asked to think about the evidence about what happened after Mr. Scanlon discovered them in the truck. There are going to be questions that I'm asking you to pay attention to. How long did it take for them to get home? The evidence is going to show you that from the time Mr. Scanlon found Miss Avery and Mr. Burns together in the truck, to the time they got home was an incredibly short period of time. Minutes. How that discussion continued after they were in the truck, after they were on the ride home, and what happened in the moments after they got home. And that's all very important because, as I said before, it's not the case that we can just look at the terrible outcome here and decide that's it. It's all very straightforward. I don't have to think about this anymore. In fact, you're going to have to think about very hard questions indeed about what all of the circumstances mean. Now, I also want to make it clear that when I say that the law asks this of you, I am not suggesting that the law says that what happened here was okay and not worthy of punishment. It's that the law says that you must presume Mr. Scanlon innocent, and the Commonwealth must prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt before you convict him of any crime. So that brings us back to where I started, which is to say, to put what I said at the beginning of my remarks another way, and because the law says, and you must presume Blake Scanlon innocent, I will be asking you to find that the Commonwealth has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt Blake Scanlon guilty of some of not guilty of first-degree murder. I ask you to listen carefully. I ask you to keep to all the questions and to be prepared to do and apply the law at the end of this case the judge tells you must be applied. It's not easy, but after speaking with all of you to select this jury, I'm very confident that you can, and I trust you with this job.
Thank you very much, Attorney Elkins. I'm going to have her take our morning break now because there's a few matters I need to talk about. So remember I said when we picked, we'll take our morning break at kind of usually 11 o'clock, but at a point in time that might be logical. It's a logical time for us here before we start the witnesses in the case. So the morning break is now. We'll see you back here in about 10 or 15 minutes. We'll go from that point until 1 o'clock. All right?
Very excellent.
Talk about the photos. Let's go with the easier one first. What we marked B, meaning the crime scene photos. The only ones that aren't appropriate because they're really duplicative of what we're seeing in the autopsy photos are 47. Which are kind of a prone Ms. Avery. I don't even know what 47 is depicting, all right? So those will come out as essentially duplicative. Want to be heard on that, Mr. Green?
Not as to 47, I certainly understand. I would say that 46 depicts these baggies on both the left and right hand of Miss Avery, and that will be important because the defendant's DNA was found underneath one of her fingernail scrapings. I believe it was her left hand. So as far as there's a chain of custody or a contamination argument, that would be the reason that the Commonwealth would seek to introduce 46 to show that that
Do you
was...
anticipate any such argument about that, Attorney Elkins? Or questioning? We can, if there is, we can revisit it, but do you anticipate that?
I'm sorry, any...
Do you anticipate any argument about chain of custody or anything with respect to the material scraped from underneath Ms. Avery's fingernails?
No, in fact, we have an agreement to stipulate pretty much to all of the DNA.
Okay, so just for the, I think it's repetitive of some of the documents that we're going to be looking at in a few moments of Exhibit A, meaning the autopsy photo, so 46 will be out and 47, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
I was kind of wondering about the phone pictures, but they're not, I'm not going to rule, you know, you can introduce them as you get there and you can maybe explain why they're important at the time.
Certainly.
All right, so that's that. Let's turn our attention now to A. So it looks like what you have here is kind of, these are, I understand, A for ID are the autopsy photographs, and so you've kind of taken like a wider picture, if you will, which shows multiple different wounds, and then you've gone and kind of individually, you know, with a close-up and a ruler kind of identified those.
Yes, Your Honor.
I've gone through here, and well, here's what I want to do preliminarily. I want to in our photographs 1, 5, 6, 7.
I'm sorry, can I just...
Yep, just get them in your hand.
A little bit. 1, 5,
6, 7,
6 and 7,
13, 14,
13, 14,
16, 17, 18,
16, 17, 18,
22, 23, and 24.
22, 23, and 24.
Yes. So the balance, I think most of them, in fact, all of them, I believe, are simply close-ups with some type of measuring tape or stick of the wounds themselves. Is there anything in particular about the evidence, Mr. Green? I think when I did it, I covered all of the, every wound. You might want to check that, but I think I covered every wound. You want to be heard on the close-ups?
I think I may, but the medical examiner isn't expected to testify until Wednesday.
Okay.
I'm not going to introduce any of these photographs until Wednesday.
Okay.
So if I could just, if we could hold off, I suppose, on arguing the balance of these pictures.
Yep.
Until I've had a chance to digest the ones that you've allowed in.
Okay.
We could have, again, I don't think it'll take long, but we can have a brief discussion when that time comes.
All right, very well.
Thank you.
Anything else we should talk about before I step down for a few minutes?
No, Your Honor.
Who are we going to hear from first, Mr. Green?
I'm actually going to call Jessica Vasquez, the mother, first.
Okay.
So that I would then ask she be exempted from the sequestration order.
Right, after she testifies, sequestration order will no longer be in place, all right?
Thank
So
you.
Ms. Vasquez will be first. I'm stepping down. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Is there anything
you.
else you want to say? Attorney Elkins? Anything else? Okay.
All right.
Paper clips. I'll bring them back. So these are out. Yeah.
It's like the 22nd of
Yeah.
I expect there was, in motions in limine, a question about the text messages, and 88 Green opened regarding certain text messages from Ms. Bray, or back and forth between Ms. Avery's phone and Ms. Bray. That hasn't been clearly ruled on. The Commonwealth has not, the form that we discussed them in is not, as I understand it, the form that 88 Green intends to admit those text messages. And so I just wanted to give a heads up to Your Honor that we're, that ruling is still out there. I may have objections to some of these texts individually, or the form in which they come in. So I just.
How do you intend to present the text messages?
There are screenshots that I expect Jessica Vasquez Bray to be able to identify. I will show her those, and I intend to mark them for identification, not as evidence at this point. And then later, when Trooper McNally discusses the actual phone extraction and what that entails, that is when I would offer the 10 pages of the entire phone printout, and the corresponding messages will be apparent on that extraction from those still photographs.
And then what do you intend to do with the still photographs? Try to move them in at that point?
I will.
Okay. So what's your position on that?
Your Honor, I'm going to be objecting to the substance and the hearsay statements that are contained within the text being moved into evidence. I believe that the Commonwealth's and also some of the substance of those texts is irrelevant and prejudicial, highly prejudicial. So I think there are things that we can talk about in terms of the timing of the text that came in and from whom, but as far as the substance of those texts, those I will be objecting to them coming in.
Okay, well, there's issues with foundation here that you're going to need to put in. Are you intending to put those texts that came in from Ms. Avery's phone on the Saturday as statements of the defendant?
Statements of the defendant, and also state of mind evidence, consciousness of guilt evidence, any number of.
Oh, okay, so we'll cross that bridge when we
Yeah.
get to it, but you're going to obviously need to put some foundation. If that's what you intend to use these statements for, then you're going to need to get some foundation in for that before they're offered. So I understand now what you're doing with the screenshot. So we'll take up. I'm alerted to the issues. We'll take it up at that time.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. There is one. In light of Your Honor's ruling, and under the circumstances, I'm removing Ms. Green from my witness list, and so that she may remain as well in the Mrs. Scanlon's mother.
All right, so she won't be called. She'll be removed from the witness list. Okay, all set.
Officer Morgatti. Thank you very much.
Jerry entering.
Okay, we are prepared to start with the evidence in the trial. Attorney Green.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Ms. Jessica Vasquez Bray at this time.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give this court and jury in the case now on trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please take the witness stand.
the custom, pass it now.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Attorney Green.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I know it's difficult, but in a loud, as clear a voice as you can you please tell everybody your full name and spell your last name?
Yes, Jessica Vasquez Bray, B-R-A-Y,
And how old are you, ma'am?
42,
What town?
Mass.
How long have you lived in Westfield?
Oh gosh, since I was 11.
Do you work?
I do.
Where do you work?
I work at Westfield Bank.
How long have you worked? Who was Alexis Avery?
She's my daughter.
And what was her date of birth?
April 20th, 1998.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor? Tell me who's depicted in that photograph.
Alexis.
And do you know approximately when this was taken?
That was her pregnancy photo shoot, so sometime in 2018.
No, I can go on this.
Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
May I briefly swear that this is the judge?
Yes.
Displaying exhibit number 1. That was your daughter.
Yes.
Is your daughter still with us?
She's not.
Do you know who Blake Scanlon is?
I do.
And how do you know him?
He dated my daughter on and off.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just point to him and describe color shirt he's wearing?
It's right over there. The jacket.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect in-court identification of the defendant?
Should point in the defendant's direction, yes.
Thank you. Who is Darla?
Darla's my granddaughter. We adopted her, but yes, Alexis had a baby with Blake.
And when was Darla born?
She was born August 1st, 2018.
Do you know approximately how long Alexis and the defendant had dated off and on?
I want to say, I remember 2016, we did like a family vacation. I remember him being there. So I would say around that time through January 1st.
And in June of 2018, where were your daughter and the defendant living?
On White Street in Westfield, an apartment.
And a few weeks before January 11th, New Year's Day or so, did you have an occasion to see Alexis?
I did.
And did she tell you anything about her relationship with the defendant?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
May we approach briefly sidebar?
Yep.
Your Honor?
So during the course of the trial, we have
was the last time that you actually saw Alexis, if you remember?
Yes, it was the evening of January 11th, Friday,
And where did you see her?
at my house.
And why was she at your house?
She came to borrow the car with Caitlin,
Okay. Borrow whose car?
my car.
All right. And what kind of car was that?
It was a 2007 Mazda CX-9.
Do you know why she was borrowing your car that night? If you know.
Yeah, like their car didn't, Caitlin's car didn't run well, and they just wanted to have like a safe, decent car for the evening.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what time she came over to borrow your car?
It was in the evening. I don't remember the exact time.
Okay. And then Saturday, what did you do?
I was at work, and I was trying to get a hold of her, so I was texting her.
Okay. And where was Darla on Friday night, the baby?
She was at my mom's house.
Okay. And does mom have a name or nickname that you called her?
Wella?
Okay. Saturday morning, if you know, did Alexis pick up Wella?
Saturday morning, no.
Okay. Was she supposed to?
She was supposed to pick up the baby.
Okay. At some point in time, you mentioned you tried to get in touch with
I did.
Alexis. Is that right?
Yes.
And what is your phone number, if you know?
It's 413.
Is that the same number you would have had back in 2018, 2019?
Yes.
And did you have Alexis's phone number programmed into your phone?
I did.
Do you happen to recall that number offhand?
No, because I don't remember anybody's. Just go right to the name and dial it.
I
It's
understand.
unfortunate.
If you saw it, you think it would help jog your
Yes.
memory? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Yes.
Did that help your memory?
Yes.
And what do you recall your daughter's phone number being?
The 55.
And 557?
Yeah.
Were you ever able to physically speak with Alexis during Saturday, January 12th?
No.
How did you communicate with her?
It was a text message.
To her phone?
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this item. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize that item to be?
Alexis's phone.
White iPhone with gold sparkly case?
Yes.
ID only.
E for identification.
And you mentioned...
Explain to the jury, matters marked for identification are not exhibits, evidence in the case at this time. All right?
You mentioned that Alexis borrowed your car. Is that right? You recognize what this is?
It's the key fob for my car.
And the key's actually in here?
Correct.
So this is like your spare set?
Yeah, that was a spare.
I have this marked for identification as well.
ID only.
F.
Beth.
Did you hear from did you hear her voice at any point on Saturday?
I never heard her voice again since she picked up the car.
And you continued to try and communicate with her?
I did.
Did you call?
I did.
Did you text?
Yeah.
Just want to show you these 10 pages. Take a minute and just look through them without saying anything. When you're done, look up, please. Can you just tell me what those pictures are of generally?
On the text messages that I was sending out and text messages I was getting back.
And just so we're all clear, there's blue messages.
Yeah, those are,
Who's the, if you know, who's sending the blue messages?
I am.
And there's actually a picture of you right next to the
Correct.
message. So that was programmed into a phone, presumably.
Yes.
And messages are to Alexis at the top.
Alexis's, yep.
I have the
ID G.
G. Did you try and contact Alexis again on Sunday morning?
I did.
Could you describe your level of concern at that point?
I was very concerned.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
I was very concerned. I hadn't heard her voice, and I asked her to call me so I can hear her voice. And I
Okay. And where was Darla Sunday morning?
she was with me at the time. I went to pick her up instead. I just wasn't.
Would it be unlike Alexis to leave her baby for 2 days?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, crosses in.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Attorney Green.
Your Honor, at this time, the call will call Margaret Turkelson.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give the court and jury in the case now on trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
In a loud and clear voice, as best you can you just introduce yourself to the jurors by name and spell your last name?
Yep, my name is Margaret Turkelson. It's Terkelsen.
Thank you. And are you currently employed?
Yes.
And in what capacity are you currently employed?
I work for the Animal Control Department at the City of Westfield.
All right. And now I want to ask you, I want to go back in time a little bit to 2019. Did you work for the town of Westfield in a different capacity at that time?
I did.
And did you work at that time?
I was a dispatcher.
All right. And what are your general job responsibilities as a dispatcher?
Answering business line and emergency 911 calls that the public make.
Okay. And did you receive any training on how to be a 911 dispatcher?
Yeah, we receive training in person, and then we get sent out for certification. So we get certified to answer 911 calls.
And did you go through that process?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to direct your attention to January 13 of 2019. Were you working as a dispatcher that morning?
I was.
All right. And are you aware, just generally based on your job, are 911 calls recorded?
They are, yes.
And what's the first thing you usually say when somebody calls 911?
We explain that the line is recorded, and then we ask usually for the address of the emergency.
All right. And did you take a approximately 8-minute phone call that morning around 11 o'clock?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you this CD. If you could just turn it over, look at the front and the back. Do you recognize any initials on the back of that?
Yes, my initials are on it.
All right. And what's the date that you wrote your initials on it?
March 12th of this year.
All right. And on March 12th of this year, did you have an opportunity to review this 8-minute phone call?
I did.
I'm going to play a short clip at first for you, ma'am.
Are you going to offer that are you offering that?
I am. I just want the witness to be able to identify. Speaker's working. So I'm just going to ask you to listen like the first 10, 15 seconds.
I'm going to find your card with the address of your emergency. 9213, second floor.
Do you recognize anybody's voice in that call?
Yeah, my voice.
Okay. And you've recently reviewed this entire 8-minute call?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate duplicate of the actual call that you took on January 13th, 2019 at about 11 a.m.?
Yes.
And I would offer this at this time.
All right.
Objection.
Without objection, it'll be Exhibit 2.
With the court's permission, can I go that?
Yes. Full exhibit. We'll play it.
For the record, Exhibit 2.
And what's the phone number you're calling from? Okay. And what's going on today?
Bleeding out. I killed my girlfriend after I caught the cheating on me. I need help.
Okay. We're going to help out here now.
Okay.
Okay, how old are you, sir?
I'm 3.
What do you mean by bleeding out, sir?
I cut my wrist.
You cut your wrist?
Hopefully, yes. I passed out. I thought it put up.
Okay, are you feeling violent?
No.
Do you have weapons with you?
No. It needs help. That's all.
now?
I'm in my bedroom laying down trying to breathe.
Okay. Is this a suicide attempt?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're... Is your bleeding serious?
Yes. Body lost a lot of blood.
Okay. Alright. Alright, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay in line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay. I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right, okay?
Okay, you already started the clock, so.
Okay, well, we're just going to do this though, okay?
Okay.
If you can get a clean, dry cloth or towel and place it right on the wound and press down firmly and don't lift it up to look.
Okay.
Okay? Have you done that?
Yeah, I got a blanket.
Okay. Alright. Is the bleeding controlled now?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Alright, help is on the way. From now on, don't have anything to eat or drink. It may make you sicker, cause further problems. Don't move
I'm
around.
already vomiting. I'll control it.
Okay. Just rest in a comfortable position for you, okay?
Okay.
I'll stay on line with you as long as I can. If anything changes, just let me know and tell me when the paramedics get there. Okay. So are you still laying on bed?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, what's your name, sir?
Blake.
What's your last name, Blake? Scanlon? Okay, Blake. Blake, what happened to your girlfriend?
I caught her cheating on me and that's it.
And how did you do that?
That's her.
You stabbed her? Is she there?
Yeah, she's been pissed and struck. I passed out the bleeding. I passed it out. I thought I was dead. I'm not.
So she's been there since Friday. She's been dead since Friday.
Friday morning, I believe. Yeah.
Have you told anyone about it?
Yeah. I just haven't had enough strength to finish coming, so.
Okay. What's your girlfriend's name, Blake?
Alexis Avery.
Alexis Avery?
She was abusive and mentally abusive and she's crazy.
Okay. We're gonna get you help right now, Blake. They're on their way already, okay?
Okay.
Is the door unlocked, Blake?
No.
The door is not unlocked? Are you able to just get to the door and unlock it?
Try.
Okay, I'm gonna stand in the line with you while you try to do that, okay? Alright. Just take your time to do it and just let me know when you're able to get there, okay?
Okay,
The door's unlocked? Okay, you just rest and just keep breathing for me, okay, Blake?
Okay.
You're doing a good job. We have people out there almost there. Okay? So, do you still have your wounds covered? You do still have it covered? Blake, are you still there? Blake? Can you hear me, Blake? Okay, do you still have your arms covered?
Yes.
You still putting pressure on your wounds? Blake, do you see anybody outside?
No.
No, you You can't see anyone. And you said you're on the second floor?
They have to go to the back of the driveway.
They have to go to the back of the driveway? Okay. And you're on the second floor. Okay, we have people coming to you. You're on the couch still, Blake?
Yes.
Okay. Is the back door unlocked?
Yes.
Okay. You're doing great, Blake.
All right, that's it.
They're here? Okay.
Yes.
Are you talking to them now, Blake?
Yes.
Who's on scene with you?
Got it. That's mostly my fault. That's the ambulance. Blood out, that's passed out. I can't even move.
Is that the end of the recording?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions?
No, no.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jefferson.
Leonard, how was the call, Officer Bradley, Westville Police Department?
Uncle Bradley.
Evidence you will give this court and jury in the
If you could just, in a loud and clear voice, introduce yourselves.
Michael Bradley, BRA.
And Westfield.
32 years.
Officer at that time.
Yes, I was. Meadow Street. A marked cruiser that day, southwest sector, car 18, single man cruiser.
All right. And did you respond to that 92 White Street address?
Yes, I did.
Did it take you long to get there? Again, just in general.
Been a while. It wouldn't have taken very long because that's the south side of town. So.
Did you activate your emergency equipment and go directly to that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got to 92 White Street, who else was there from law enforcement, if you recall?
Officer Pellin and Officer Grady.
All right. So the three of you initially?
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you got to the residence?
We ended up going to the back of the house and went up the back staircase. And when I got to the top of the stairs, I knocked on the door. I found the door ajar, knocked, announced that police. As the door opened up, I could hear a voice in the apartment say, "I'm here, I'm here."
All right. When you went into or got into the apartment, do you recall like what general area you entered into?
It was right off of the kitchen area and the back of the apartment.
As you entered into the apartment and went, did you have to go through the kitchen to get to the other location?
Yes.
Did you make any immediate observations in the kitchen?
Yes. As I walked through the kitchen, on the floor, observed a female body laying on the floor face up, covered in blood, blood on the cabinets, blood on the floor. And observing her, she was deceased and beyond care. I also observed a knife, a bloody knife on the counter in the kitchen.
After you made those observations, did you go towards the voice?
I did. And there was a drape covering the doorway. Pulled my service weapon, pulled the drape back, observed a male laying on a couch, asked the male to show me his hands, which he did. He complied. I entered into the back room, holstered my weapon, gloved up, came over to the male. He was still on a cell phone at the time, kind of cradling it between his neck and his shoulder. Took that from him, put it on the couch, and I looked at his wrists, because that was the initial call. And he had some dried, bloody cuts to his wrists, and I asked him what had happened.
And what did he say, if anything?
He said that he had stabbed his girlfriend, Alexis.
Did he say when?
I believe he said Friday.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you're responding at what time?
This was Sunday morning.
At about 11?
11 o'clock. It was a day and change later.
That person that you encountered that morning, do you see him in this courtroom?
I do.
Could you point to him and describe the color shirt he's wearing?
Male party, brown hair, gray shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Yes, he was pointing in that direction.
Did the male party identify himself to you?
He did.
And how did he do that? Did he tell you his name?
He did. He said his name was Blake Scanlon.
Did you ask him who the person in the kitchen was?
I did, and he told me that was his girlfriend, Alexis Avery.
Okay. May I approach the bench, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Can I see you both quickly on something?
Yes. You mentioned, Officer Bradley, that when you encountered Mr. Scanlon, you talked to him.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what do you recognize this item is?
The cell phone that Blake was speaking on at the time.
And you told him to put this down?
I took it from him
Where did you put it?
on the couch right next to us.
Did paramedics arrive at the residence as well?
They did.
Did they arrive shortly after you?
Shortly after, and once my scene was safe, I summoned them in to take care of Blake.
Okay. After the paramedics went in and did their thing, what was the rest of your role, kind of, at that moment?
Once they tended to him, they took him outside to the ambulance. Myself and Officer Pellin secured the apartment until state police was notified and showed up on scene.
When you say security department, you made sure that nobody came or went in?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I have no more questions for Officer Bradley.
Just a couple here, officer. So when, just want to make sure we're very clear on some things. So when you came into the apartment that day, Mr. Scanlon did have wounds on his wrists, is that correct?
Yes.
And by the time you arrived, they weren't actively bleeding anymore?
They didn't appear to be, no.
Okay. But you did bring the ambulance workers in once they arrived because it appeared he needed care, correct?
That was the initial call, yes.
And when you came in, he didn't get up from the couch in any way?
No.
And he certainly didn't threaten you or argue with you or become violent in any way?
No.
No further questions?
Anything further, Mr. Green?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, officer. Thank you.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call paramedic Ben Hogan.
Ben Hogan.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give this court and jury in the case now on trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please take the witness stand.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In a loud and clear voice, would you please introduce yourself to the jurors and spell your last name?
My name is Ben Hogan, Hogan.
How old are you, sir?
37.
What town do you live in?
I live in Southampton.
All right. And what do you do for a profession, sir?
Full-time firefighter paramedic for the city of Westfield.
All right. And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in Westfield?
It'll be 9 years and about 2 weeks.
All right. Prior to being a paramedic in Westfield, do you have any other medical training or experience?
Yes, this summer will be my 20th year working pre-hospital emergency medicine. I was a combat medic for the Army for 4 years. Worked as a EMT and paramedic in the cities of Springfield and Holyoke, as well as in Virginia.
And just, you don't have to go into great detail, but just can you highlight the difference between the training an EMT receives and a paramedic, or what?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So everyone's an EMT. An EMT basic goes to school for approximately 1 semester, 3 months. They don't do any clinical time, so they don't do any training in the hospital or in the field. Once they take their training, they go to state certification and they get certified, and then they learn all on the job. Whereas a paramedic, it's about a 1.5 to 2 year program. Half the time you're in a
didactic section in a classroom. Then you have to do several hundred hours in an emergency room. You're work in the operating room, deliver babies, and then you do field time. So then you work for 300 hours riding with a paramedic FTO.
Before
you're even certified.
All right. And you went through all those steps?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention now to, did you receive a call on January 13th, 2019, shortly after 11 a.m.?
Yes.
All right. And where did you go as a result of that call?
I forget the exact address. I don't have the...
if I told you 92 White Street, does that sound familiar?
White Street, yeah.
All right. And were you working alone, or was there somebody, did you have somebody with you in the ambulance?
We always have a partner. My partner that day was Lee Kazakowski, who was also a firefighter paramedic.
All right. And when you first got to 92 White Street, were there other law enforcement people present?
Yeah, PD was just showing up on scene as we pulled in.
What did you do when you got there? Did you wait for the police?
Yeah, initially we always wait if there's potentially anything dangerous on scene. We let the police department clear it prior to us going on scene.
Did they do that in this case?
Yes, they did.
And did at some point they tell you?
Yeah, the scene is safe and we go in.
What'd you do?
Sorry. We went in the back staircase. PD was in the living room time, and when we walked in, we saw a deceased body in the kitchen, and then our patient was in the back living room sitting on a couch with an officer with him.
Your focus, did you focus more on the person in the kitchen or the person on the couch?
Since we're a two-person team with training, we both split. My partner initially went to the deceased female in the kitchen, and I went to the back room to the other patient.
All right. And where was that patient located?
On a couch, sitting on a couch.
All right. Do you see that person in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Could you point to him and just describe what clothing he's wearing?
Right over there is a shirt and suit on.
Thank you.
Coat.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the... Thank you. Did you make an initial assessment, a medical assessment?
Yeah, our initial call was for self-inflicted knife wounds or self-inflicted cuts. So we assessed the patient real quick, and then the bleeding was already self-controlled, self-clotted off, so we bandaged the wounds.
Okay. Did that person say anything to you while he was on the couch and you were looking at him?
Yeah, he kept profusely apologizing.
Okay. And could you describe in any more detail the lacerations that you observed?
They were more or less superficial horizontal cuts bilaterally on the wrists.
Okay. And you mentioned that was he actively bleeding?
No, there was no active bleeding when we were there.
What did you do after you made that initial assessment? Did you transport him somewhere?
Yeah, we moved him from upstairs, put him in the back of the ambulance. Sorry. We gave him IVs, put him on a cardiac monitor, administered IV fluid, and transported him to Noble.
Okay. Once you transport
to the hospital, we do a changeover, or just give the nurse and the doctor the report of the patient.
And I know your primary focus wasn't the female in the kitchen, but did you see her, make observations of her?
Yes, after my partner, he went.
Just a very brief, high-level assessment of her in the kitchen.
There was were present.
Did you or your partner even attempt life-saving measures?
No.
Okay. So fair to say, was she transported?
Good morning.
Good morning.
When you came into the room and gave some treatment to Mr. Scanlon, he didn't immediately get off the couch at that point in time, correct?
Correct. He stayed sitting there.
Okay. And it's fair to say he was physically weak at
thoughts, he appeared to be stable.
My question was, did he appear to be physically weak at that point?
I don't believe so. I don't recall.
Okay. But he wasn't getting up off the couch, correct?
There was a police officer keeping him there.
Okay. And he had wounds that obviously needed... now, you did a quick assessment of Miss Avery in this case, is that correct?
Yes, after I attended to him.
Say that she had clear signs of... She was in a state of rigor mortis at that point in time.
Correct.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay. In this matter, or contributed.
For Mr. Scanlon.
And that it relative to Miss Avery's body. Is that fair?
I believe I wrote that.
You don't rigor mortis, correct?
Yes.
And in your experience and training, that means that she'd been deceased for some...
Set so I can't speak expertly on that.
Okay, but in your onset doesn't happen immediately.
Correct. Correct.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hogan. You're all set.
Thank you.
The call will call Trooper Christofori, please.
Christopher.
You solemnly... Thank you. Please take the witness stand.
Morning, Your Honor. Morning, counsel. Morning, jurors.
I'm sorry, we just need to have something in my office.
Your Honor, that was all. All right.
I believe we're getting that.
Yeah, not a problem.
All right. Let's start off with you just introducing yourself to the jurors, please.
Certainly. My name is Jason Christofori. Last name is spelled Christofori.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police, and I'm currently assigned to the Office of the Hamden District Attorney, State Police Detective Unit.
And how long have you been a trooper in total?
Approximately 8 years. About 6.
Working as a detective in the role you're in now?
Certainly. So we are known as a homicide and major case unit. So our primary focus is homicide investigations, but we certainly provide support assistance for major violent crimes, missing and exploited children, property crimes, and so on.
So were you working on January 13th of 2019 in this same capacity as a detective in the State Police Detective Unit?
I was.
All right. And is part of your job or general job responsibilities to assist local agencies, law enforcement agencies, with fatal investigations?
It is.
All right. And were you assigned a specific role in this investigation?
I was assigned to be the case officer as well as an evidence officer.
All right. Could you just briefly tell us what a case officer is?
Certainly. Case officer participates in managing the case, is in contact with the flow of information into a case, and helps with facilitating the direction of a case and preparing a case file for future litigation.
And what's the general role of an evidence officer?
Yep. So the role of
when you know that there's something so serious, do you then summons other people from the state police or the lab that assist?
We do, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
We did, yes.
Were you present while the scene was searched?
It was. I was present, yes.
And now at this point, let me just make sure they understand. At this point, word is no longer on scene, correct?
Correct.
And is the processing of a crime scene somewhat time-consuming?
It is.
All right. And so you were present throughout that process?
I was.
All right. And as part of that process, are what they're called crime scene photographs taken?
Correct, they were.
All right. And were you present at the time these crime scene photographs were taken?
I was.
All right. And what's the purpose of the crime scene photographs, just in general?
Certainly. To document the scene as it presents. So crime scene photographers will do what's known as overall photographs of the scene, and then later when items of apparent evidentiary value are identified, they're placarded, and then a more specific photograph is then captured.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to just kind of do these in groups. There's 1, 2, 3, 6 images. Just look through them briefly and tell me if you recognize what they are. If you do.
Yes, Counselor, I do recognize them.
And just in general, what are these depict?
Those were photographs depicting the scene in Westfield 92 White Street.
And are these photographs from the exterior vantage point or interior vantage point?
That would be the exterior vantage point.
Yeah, I need to see him too, so why don't you show him to Attorney Elkins first? Just 1 through 6, Mr. Green, is that what you're doing?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right, so these will be the following next 6 exhibits.
There'll be exhibits 3 through 8.
3 through 8.
May I publish these, Your Honor?
Yes. You're going to publish them on the screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's publish them on the screen. Bill, did you take photos?
I'll start off by showing you exhibit number 5. Can you see that, sir?
I can, Counselor, thank you.
And just what does this generally depict?
Yep, that's the cross street of East Bartlett and White Street.
Now I am displaying exhibit number 6, and again, just a general description of this area.
Sure, that is the street view front entrance of the address known as 92 White Street.
Thank you. Trooper, this is exhibit 7. Can you just tell me what we're looking at here?
Certainly, that's the same image as previously depicted. However, it's a little bit closer, depicting the number 92 to the right doorway of 92 White Street.
Trooper, I'm showing you exhibit number 3. Can you tell me what's captioned in that particular photograph?
Yes, sir. So that is an exterior view taken from the rear of 92 White Street. In the foreground are 2 vehicles, and then a little bit further in the background is the rear exterior of 92 White Street.
Displaying exhibit number 8. Can you tell me what's depicted in that photograph, please, Trooper?
I can. So this is the parking area, driveway of 92 White Street, and 2 vehicles here are depicted.
All right. In the course of your investigation, identify those 2 vehicles?
I was.
And start with the one on the left, the silver car.
Sure. The one on the left is a BMW. It's a silver car that was identified as belonging to Mr. Scanlon. And right is a Chevy Cobalt that was identified as belonging to Miss Alexis Avery.
Right. As part of And I'll just ask you a few brief questions about some of these, Trooper. This is Exhibit 9. Can you just tell me what's depicted there?
Yes, so the vantage point is a hallway that ascends to this door here. This door is the entry door to the second floor apartment.
Probably should have showed you 10 first. What is that a picture of?
Yep. That is a picture of the entryway into the apartment.
So that would lead up to?
Correct.
9, which is the door.
Very good. Yes, sir.
And then when you make entry into the apartment, I'm showing you Exhibit 11. Sorry.
Not a problem.
That one. Can you tell me just generally what this image depicts?
Certainly, as you just entered into the apartment, this is sort of the common area that combines with the kitchen and a small table for an eatery type table.
This is Exhibit 12, Trooper. Can you just tell me what that depicts?
Certainly. So again, this is a continuance of that kitchen living space. To the right is that small table just previously mentioned. And the primary focus here is the back end of the stove with some paneling that is protruding and removed from the back end of the stove.
Now I'm showing you 13. Again, can you just tell me what's significant about this particular picture?
Sure. So what's most significant is at the bottom of the back side of the stove here. The paneling that was just mentioned was removed for further analysis here. And our attention was drawn to the base of this stove, the pilot area, the gas intake line area of the stove.
And then number 14, Trooper. What is that depict?
Right, so that's a small hallway behind where those previous images were depicting. And most notable here is the briefcase.
Briefcase, suitcase?
Suitcase, yeah, thank you. My apologies.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yep. Can I get the bill? I need the...
Gentlemen, once you've had a chance to look at it.
So they're general images moving towards the very specific area of the kitchen where the scene was highly relevant.
Are these fair and accurate copies of the crime scene that you observed that day?
They are.
I'd offer these next door, please.
I just want to make sure that I understand.
Exactly what we're doing. Yeah, hand them to Attorney Elkins, please, first.
Thank you.
All right, subject to those objections, they'll be marked.
A15, 16, 17, and 18.
I need to have a discussion with the jury now about something. We're about to enter into an area where there are going to be photographs that are going to be marked into evidence. So when the photographs are introduced and when you view them in court and when you evaluate them during the course of your deliberations, you are to do so calmly, coolly, and without emotion, even though some may be considered unpleasant or graphic. You must not at any point allow sympathy or pity which might be occasioned by an exhibit to interfere with your sworn task of rationally considering all of the evidence. Consider these exhibits only as they may draw attention to a clinical medical status, to the nature of the injuries, the position of the body, the positioning of any entry or of any projectile, or at the color of any clothing. All right, but they are not to be considered by you now or at any point with any emotion. Okay.
Here, I'm showing you now Exhibit 15. Can you just take a quick look at that and tell me what's depicted there?
Certainly. So the vantage point is standing in that common area. As we discussed, to the left is the kitchenette area, and then moving farther into the background is the entryway into like the television room.
Now displaying Exhibit 16. Can you tell me what's depicted in this image, Drew?
I can. So predominantly our eye is drawn to the floor area. We see some red-brown staining. We see some other items, clothing, and belongings that are on the floor.
Showing you Exhibit 17. What's depicted in this picture?
So this would be known as the kitchen sink, and most notable with respect to this, in terms of evidentiary-wise, is our attention is drawn to a pink knife on the sink area, on the wooden sink area.
And now depicting Exhibit 18.
This is
what's depicted in that image.
I can. This is the deceased body of Miss Alexis Avery. We also see red-brown staining, and we see soiled linens as well.
Want to be seen? You want to be seen?
Yes, please. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Just go on.
one image. Please tell me if you recognize what that is.
I do. I recognize that.
What is that?
That is a pink Cuisinart knife that was found on the counter area of the kitchen sink.
May I offer this as an answer to the
Yes.
19?
19.
Objection as previously noted.
All right, overruled.
Trooper, I'm displaying Exhibit 19. You tell me what's the victim of this image.
I can, sir. That would be the pink Cuisinart knife that I just previously mentioned. Again, it's on the counter area of that sink that was in the kitchen.
And were you also the evidence officer in this case?
I was.
Did you collect certain items of evidence?
I collected 2 items personally, but I cataloged and logged the items that were collected in its totality.
Can we take Exhibit 19 down, Mr. Green, please?
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Reapproach.
Can you just please tell me, open that and just look inside yourself. Let me know if you recognize what that item is.
I do.
And what do you recognize that item is?
That is the same item that I just previously spoke about that was on the screen. It's the pink Cuisinart knife.
All right. And this was collected as evidence at the scene?
Correct.
Cataloged by you as the evidence officer?
Also correct, sir.
So this is the item that we were just discussing?
Correct.
I will offer this as counsel.
20 without objection.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 2 images. Just tell me if you recognize them, if you do it.
I do.
What are those images? Okay.
Those are 2 images of the deceased body of Miss Alexis Avery.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the way she was found on the original floor of that room?
They are.
I'll offer these as the next 2.
Over objection.
As previously noted, Your Honor.
Yes, as previously noted, the objections overruled. They'll be admitted in the next 2 exhibits.
21 and 22.
Trooper, I'm going to display number 20. Actually, I'll start with 22.
22, you said?
Yes, please.
22.
Trooper, what's depicted in image or exhibit number 22?
Certainly, this is a closer image. Miss Avery's presenting in the kitchen. She is supine on the floor. Next to her would be some bed linens, a pillow, also what appears to be some trash. She's observed wearing dark-colored pants and a pink-colored outer garment.
And Trooper 21, just tell me what's depicted in that image.
This is a close-up image of the abdominal area of Miss Avery.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So we're going to take a brief 5-minute timeout, okay? We're going to suspend for 5 minutes. We'll be on a break. Keep my instructions pretty firmly in mind that I've given you at the end of the day. And we'll see you in about 5 minutes to resume, and we'll break at 1 or maybe shortly before 1 o'clock. All right? Leave your notebooks in the chairs. See you in a few minutes.
Your notebooks on the chairs.
Resume.
We are. Thank you.
Okay. Bring him in. Okay, we can proceed with the examination of Trooper Christopher. Okay.
I'm going to show you 7 images. Just take a moment and look through them, please. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
Those are very accurate representations of other areas in the apartment that morning.
They are.
Thank you.
Well,
That also reaches the next 7.
With the objection as noted, looks like it's
23 through 29.
Looks like it's 26 through 30 on ID.
Okay.
B for ID. I'm sorry, B.
B.
Trooper, now the display for you has been marked as exhibit number 23. Can you just tell me what's generally depicted in that image?
Sure. So this is the floor area of where the table had been, and what's most notable here are the belongings that we're looking at here, the U-Haul box, and of course we see some.
Overruled. Ask another question, Mr. Green.
That's fine. Trooper, you don't have to describe everything in the photograph, but what if you know, where does this area lead into?
Yes, I do know. So we also see the carpeted area. There's red-brown stains leading into the footstep there, a wooden footstep also presenting with red-brown stains, and then beyond that would be the television room. Yep.
Now showing you exhibit 24. Can you tell me what we're looking at in that image, Trooper?
I can. This is the television room. We have a sofa, a small table. That's what's depicted there.
Showing you exhibit 25. Can you tell me what's depicted generally in this image?
I can. So again, we're seeing here the sofa area, and we see a pillow. Next to the pillow, we see a cord and a cell phone.
Exhibit number 26. Can you tell me what's depicted there? Up close more.
Certainly, this is a closer examination of the pillow region. We see a part of the sofa here that has red-brown staining. We see that same pillow. We see a cord and a cell phone.
All right, Trooper. This is exhibit 27. Can you tell me what we're looking at there?
Sure. So we're back in the kitchen common area again, and we're looking at the back side of the stove.
Showing you 28. Can you tell me what we're looking at there?
Sure. So that's a closer image of the base of the stove, and that's the gas intake area of the stove.
And exhibit 29. Can you tell me what we're looking at there?
It's a closer up image. What we do see here is what appears to be a rolled.
And Your Honor?
It's a closer up image. Sustained.
A closer up image
of what we just spoke about moments ago, the gas intake area. Correct.
And again, I'm not going to ask you questions about that, but I will ask you this one question. When you were present on scene, did you make any initial observations of any odd smells or odors when you came?
We did. So upon executing the search warrant, making entry to do our analysis, collectively the investigators were drawn to a noxious odor consistent with the smell of gas. We determined the scene was needed to be safe, so we exited and called in additional resources to make the scene safe.
And additional resources, who do you mean by that?
Fire department, and it was a member of the gas company as well.
Okay.
You're welcome.
May we approach you?
Yep.
would, just look through those and come in and
Okay.
And just tell me what's generally depicted in those images.
Certainly. So generally depicted here is a close-up, a series of close-up photographs of items of apparent evidentiary value.
And are they signified with any sort of markers?
They are. They're signified with a placard, evidence marker, and it's a numeric placard.
Is that fairly common?
It is.
Yeah, all right. Go off the basis of the next slide.
I just see those to make sure, subject to those objections which are overruled. Google mark. The next 5, yes.
30 to 34.
Where's H? Said 1. Why did I mark H? Thank you.
For just a couple of questions about these exhibits.
Sure.
Exhibit 30, can you tell me what's depicted in Exhibit 30?
Yes, we have Ms. Avery on the floor, we have some linen, and we have some placards that are indicative of identifying items of apparent evidentiary value.
Just for the record, H for ID is excluded. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
What are the numbers on the placards, if you can tell?
Yep, so those are item numbers that are used to catalog and organize the items that are collected. So we see numbers 7, 8, and 9 respectively.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Exhibit 31, displaying that now. What is the significance of this particular image?
Sure, so placard number 8 is depicting the area of linen here, but most notably the item that is in green.
And now showing you 34, can you tell me what that depicts?
Yes, and so that, again, is item number 8 from a different angle here, and that is a large green Cuisinart knife.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 33. Can you tell me what's depicted in that image?
Yep, so this is a green Cuisinart sheath, and it has a number 14 placard next to it.
And Exhibit 32, what's the significance of that 9 placard?
Yep, number 9 placard is depicting the pink, previously mentioned Cuisinart knife.
May we approach just briefly, please, Your Honor?
Yep.
Tell me if you recognize it. If you do,
I do.
what do you recognize that to be?
A set of keys.
And just so we're clear, where generally was that located?
Sure, so that's on the floor area just above Miss Avery's head. You're welcome.
Is that a very accurate representation of the keys?
It is.
Over objection, maybe mark the next exhibit.
35.
As the evidence officer, did you also collect some items?
I did.
Trooper, I'm showing you E for item. Just take a look at that item.
Okay,
Inside of the envelope.
absolutely. Pardon me. Yes,
You recognize that item?
I do.
What is that?
That is a cell phone. It's an iPhone with a slightly pink-colored sparkly case. That was identified throughout the course of the investigation as belonging to Ms. Avery.
And did you seize that item?
I did.
And where did you seize it from?
That was from the sofa region of the couch that was depicted in the television room. You're welcome.
Then I move to offer this as an exhibit at this time.
All right.
No objection.
All right, maybe mark without objection as 36, right? Mr. Walsh, 36?
36.
Trooper, I'm showing you what previously marked F for identification. Got it.
Small. Yes. Okay. Forgive me.
You recognize what's contained in that envelope?
I do.
And what do you recognize that item to be?
These are keys and a key fob, more specifically. These are the ones that we just spoke about a moment ago that are depicted in the photograph that were found near the head region of Miss Avery.
Thank you. I move to offer these as the next exhibit, Your Honor, from identification.
No objection, Your Honor.
F for ID, it'll be 37.
Trooper, I'm going to hand you this evidence box. Can you just look inside of it, please? Let me know if you recognize that item.
I do.
What do you recognize that item to be?
That is a green Cuisinart knife.
Is it the same knife that we were just discussing in the photographs?
It is. Yep.
And that was collected and tagged as evidence by you, as the evidence officer?
Correct. Yep.
Identification mark, please, Your Honor.
No objection.
Oh, without objection, 38.
38.
Counselor, just a point of clarification, I apologize. That was documented on my ledger, but the item specifically in terms of collection, I believe, was the State Police Crime Lab member technician.
You were there when it was collected?
Correct.
With the court's permission, I ask that these two items be published briefly to the jurors.
Not right now. All right. Philip, publishing means hand them around, the jury box?
Yes, what the trooper.
Oh, you want to hold them up? Oh, all right. We can hold them up. Thank you.
The wrong word.
Go ahead.
I'm showing you Exhibit 20. If you can take out what is contained in Exhibit 20 and just hold it up for the jurors to be able to see. And similarly, this is Exhibit 28. Could you just take that out?
Sure.
Yeah, more.
Of course.
Just a couple of more general questions. Are you familiar with the term canvas?
I am.
What is that? Just is that fancy cop talk for something?
Certainly. So, canvas is a term we use for a video and/or witness canvas, an attempt to identify additional evidence, and also an attempt to identify individuals in and around a scene to question them as to whether or not they heard something or saw something.
Do you know if a canvas was attempted in this particular situation?
It was.
Was there anything of significance developed during the canvas?
Rephrase that question. Sustained.
Are you familiar if a canvas was done?
I am familiar.
As a result of that canvass, did you need to follow up with any other aspects of the investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, that's overruled. Yes or no?
Yes, we conducted a canvass, and by we, the collective police investigators. Nothing was gleaned other than...
Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question.
That's fine.
Go ahead, Mr. Green.
I believe that is all the questions I have. Thank you very much, Trooper.
You're welcome. Cross.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. So we're going to break early for our lunch hour and resume at 2 o'clock. So there's instructions that I gave you Wednesday, and I want to talk them over with you now. They are, first, keep an open mind. We've only heard some of the evidence in this case, and you're not to form any judgment as to any aspect of this case. Keep your open mind throughout the entirety of this particular case. The last witness, the last piece of evidence is just as important as any other piece of evidence in this case. As you all know, you're to decide this case based upon only the evidence here in the courtroom. That means that during the course of the trial, don't do any searches of any kind on the internet, websites, blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain any information about this case, conduct any legal research, or do anything else to help you decide the case. Don't try to find information from any source outside of this particular courtroom or have anybody do that for you. Remember, as judges, you're not investigators of this case. You're fact finders and fact judges in this particular case. Don't post or discuss this case in any social media forum or website. Don't discuss the case with anybody, including among yourselves. Sometimes jurors pair off in certain groups and go off to lunch. And the only thing you have in common is this case, but don't discuss it. You're free to talk about anything you'd like other than this particular case. Avoid people that you see involved in the trial in the hallways. I'm sure the court officers will show you the stairwell to get out, but unfortunately there's only one way into the building and everybody uses this. And just avoid those particular folks. I'd also remind you, as you've probably seen, there's been some media coverage of this particular case and photographers that come in during the course of the case. Just because a photographer here or the media is covering this particular case, don't give it any greater or lesser emphasis than you otherwise might, or that particular witness any greater or lesser emphasis if they happen to be here and photographed. And again, I remind you that your prohibition, the court order prohibiting you from seeking any information about this case specifically includes trying to seek any aspect of any media coverage about this case. Finding out or looking at that or having somebody else look at it and talk to you about it would be completely improper and would cause a big problem for this particular trial. So I know and trust that you've been abiding by my instructions and you're ordered to follow those instructions during the lunch hour and every evening when we break. Enjoy the lunch period. We'll see you at 2 o'clock to continue.
Mr. Vasquez?
So we'll finish up with Trooper Cristofori. We will get the last witness of the day completed before we leave for the day, and if we break early, we break early. If we have to go a little after 4, that's what we'll do. All right?
Thank you.
All right, so we'll see you at 2 o'clock. Take care.
All rise. Goes back in session. Please be seated.
Okay, back on the record, Your Honor.
Yes.
Actually, I retract that. We can proceed.
Okay. If there's nothing else, we'll bring the jury out. The trooper can take the stand if he's here.
He is.
Before I forget, what's the lineup for tomorrow, Mr. Green?
Tomorrow,
I know your head's in a different spot right now, but
yeah, no, that's fine. Remaining civilian witnesses, I believe we'll probably start one this afternoon, and we may not get through all of her. Another civilian witness, and then one more state police trooper, and then I'm going to probably have my lab people lined up for the afternoon. It's just, we're going so quickly that the ME is not available until Wednesday, but he could be here Wednesday, first witness.
Okay.
And then I may rest.
Okay.
Ready to enter? You may be seated.
Back, members of the jury. Has any member of the jury had any difficulty whatsoever adhering strictly to my instructions that I gave you before we broke? See no affirmative response. Does any member of the jury know of anybody on the jury who has had any difficulty following any of my instructions throughout this trial? See no affirmative response. So we'll continue now, and I believe it's the cross of Trooper Cristofori. All right? Go ahead, counsel.
Actually, don't have very much for you this afternoon.
Not a problem, Counselor.
First of all, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Free approach.
Do you recognize where these photos depict?
Not specifically.
Well, let me ask you this.
Sure.
As part of the investigation of this, photos were taken of the apartment there, right?
Yes.
And you didn't personally take all of the photos and videos?
No, I didn't.
Okay. But you were in the apartment and you recognized the inside of that apartment?
I do.
All right. Does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the bedroom in that apartment?
I don't specifically, Counsel, ever recall going into the bedroom. These appear to be overalls, and that would have been done by a different crime scene trooper.
Okay. So as part of your investigation, you did not go into the...
I don't specifically remember going into this bedroom.
Well, let me ask you this.
Sure.
Is that a picture of the closet in the bedroom that you recall?
I don't specifically remember going into this area.
Okay. So it was your testimony that this was a small...
Yeah, sure.
Want those marked for ID, Counsel?
I and J.
Let me ask you this. Who took those photos?
Retired Trooper Christopher Dolan and now Lieutenant Sharon Marr. They both did the processing of the overalls.
Okay. Did you review the photos?
I did.
And you wrote a report that was the lead case officer?
I did, yes. Yep.
Okay. And so as part of that, did you review all of the photos?
Not every single one of them. I think there was like 700 or 800, if I'm not mistaken.
So as lead case officer, this apartment is quite small, right?
It is.
Not more than 800 square feet or so?
I wouldn't know that, Counselor. I'm sorry.
But, 2 small bedrooms and a small living area?
Correct.
Okay. And so your testimony is that you did not go into the entire apartment as part of being the lead case investigator?
My testimony is that I don't recall going specifically into the bedrooms. I remember being in the kitchen, the common area, and the sofa area primarily.
Okay, so now you have no recollection of one of the bedrooms in the small apartment?
Not specifically.
Okay. Come back to that.
Just need those, right? Yeah. Yeah, because we just need those if you're not going to use them with this witness. Thank you. Can I see those again, Bill?
I just want to briefly touch on, you testified earlier that at some point there was a smell of gas.
Yes.
And that was when you executed the search warrant, is that correct?
When we were making entry, correct.
Okay, so it wasn't, you weren't there upon the first entry of officers on the scene?
No, yeah, we were called after.
Okay. And in fact, you did not go there to execute the search warrant until about 5:45 on Sunday evening?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, you smelled some amount of gas?
Yes.
Okay. Enough to feel like you needed to alert the fire department?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to come back to that. As in executing that search warrant, you're looking for all evidence of the crime that obviously took place in that apartment?
Yes.
And I just want to go over this again. So you wrote the affidavit in support of the search warrant, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so as part of that, writing that affidavit, you had to describe the place to be searched. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And as part of that, you had to describe how many bedrooms, perhaps?
I don't recall describing how many bedrooms.
Okay. But you did describe it as a small apartment?
I did, yeah.
Okay, but it's your testimony now that you didn't play any role in preserving the evidence or the photos or recall what the apartment looked like?
No, that's not correct, Counselor.
Okay.
My recollection that I don't recall specifically those bedrooms.
Okay. Well, if I suggest to you that this is a photo taken during the investigation of the bedroom and the closet.
Sure. Yeah, then I could logically conclude that would be the case, right? But I don't specifically remember standing in here when this was happening. No.
But you agree that these are photos that were taken during the investigation in that apartment?
But I can opine to that, but I believe that the trooper that took that would be more qualified to answer that.
At this point, I'm going to ask that this be admitted.
Is there any objection, Mr. Green?
No, Your Honor.
No objection. Will be marked in the next exhibits. 39 and 40.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Green, anything further?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Trooper.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Counsel. Thank you, jurors.
The Commonwealth would call Trooper Reedy, Sergeant Reedy.
solemnly swear that the evidence you will give this court and jury in the case now on trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please take the witness stand.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jurors and spell your last name?
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Reedy. Spelling is R-E-I-D-Y.
And are you employed, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police. I'm currently a sergeant assigned to the Fire Marshal's Office of the West Team.
How long have you been a trooper in total, sir?
In total, I've been on the force for about 19 years.
All right. And you mentioned that you're currently assigned to the Fire Marshal's Office?
That is correct.
How long have you been in that role?
I started this role in 2014. I was promoted out in 2020, and I came back in 2023 as the sergeant of the unit.
All right. Could you just briefly describe what your duties are working in the Fire Marshal's Office?
Sure. As I previously said, we started in 2015. From there, we were trained. I go down to the National Fire Academy, where we learn about fires, the origin and cause of fires. It's an 80-week course. From there, we have trainings that we go throughout the year to keep up our certifications, usually through the IAAI, which is the International Association of Arson Investigators, which I'm currently a member and certified through them. And like I said, we continue our trainings. We go to all fires, whether it be accidental, natural, incendiary, or undetermined. And we go and assist the fire marshal with determining what caused the fire.
Have you responded to crime scenes in that capacity throughout the course of your career?
I have.
Could you estimate perhaps how many? Or
over 100.
Thank you.
Well over 100.
Now, I want to turn your attention specifically to January 13th of 2019. Were you called in to assist in an investigation at 92 White Street in Westfield?
Yes, I was.
All right. And do you know why you were called in?
I was called in to help with the origin and cause, and also because I was a canine handler at the time, which is an accident detection canine. At the time, I was assigned a little black Labrador by the name of Star, who was trained through the ATF, and she would assist us in identifying ignited liquids in fire scenes.
All right. And when you got to the location, were you directed to a specific area to investigate or to look at?
I was directed up to the second floor apartment.
And where in the apartment did you focus your attention?
It was a kitchen.
And was there a particular part of the kitchen, an appliance or something that you were in?
Yep. So through the kitchen, there was a knee wall, similar to like this wall here, and alongside of it was a stove and a countertop. And this knee wall acted as like a partition from the kitchen to the eating area, and I was able to move the paneling of this wall that exposed the back of the appliance. What I found back there was some charring to the left sides of the cabinet, the gas line, which had duct tape around it, and some burnt paper and a burnt leaf. And from there, I opined that it
Well, actually, let me stop you there for one quick second. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Just for the record, I'm showing the witness exhibits 27, 28, and 29. Can you just take a look at those to yourself? Let me know when you've had a chance to familiarize yourself.
I'm good, Counselor.
And have you seen those images before?
Yes.
In preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes.
You had a chance to review the crime scene photographs?
Yes, sir.
And just displaying exhibit number 27, when you say you were looking at a stove in that apartment, is that the stove you were looking at?
Correct.
All right. And what, if anything, in your, what's significant about the stove in your part of this investigation?
Other things that I noted that were important to me was the electrical tape that you can see on the connection. I don't know if you can see it in that photo, but gas stoves also have an electrical component to it, which operate your electronics. That was unplugged from the wall. And also you could see that there was a charred leaf and paper underneath the stove next to the gas line where the duct tape was.
All right. I'm going to show you number 28, exhibit 28. Hopefully that might be a little bit more useful for you to look at. What are we focused in on in this picture?
That is the burnt leaf that is near the connection lines, along with the paper that I observed on scene.
Based upon your training, experience, and examination at the scene, were you able to form any opinions about what might have happened with that stove?
Yeah, excuse me, I have formulated an opinion that the stove had been tampered with in trying to attempt a fire within the apartment. Make it seem like there was some type of explosion and or fire via the gas stove.
Okay. But that stove did not actually catch fire?
No.
All right. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for Sergeant Reedy.
Can I see counsel sidebar really quickly, please?
Yes.
Testimony from Sergeant Reedy, as we all just heard, Mr. Scanlon is not charged with any other crimes other than the indictments that were read to you at the beginning of this particular trial. So you're not to take that evidence, if you credit the testimony, as evidence of his criminal character or his criminal propensity. You may, if you believe the evidence, use it to assess his state of mind at some point in time during the sequence of events, okay? So, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the call will call Detective Mazza.
You solemnly swear that the evidence you'll give this court and jury in the case now on trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please take the witness stand.
Whenever you're ready, Attorney Green.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jurors and spell your last name?
My name is Richard Mazza. Last name is M-A-Z-Z-A.
And are you employed, sir?
Yes, sir, I am.
By whom?
The City of Westfield Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
Since 2005.
Okay. And what is your current duty assignment within the Westfield Police Department?
I'm assigned to the 4-12 shift as a detective general investigator.
All right. So in this particular case, I want to direct your attention back to January of 2019. What role did you have in the police department at that time?
I was a general investigator for the 4-12 shift as a detective, and I believe I was on call that weekend.
Okay. And so did you become involved in an investigation at 92 White Street?
Yes, sir, I was.
And are you one of the officers that responded to the scene at some point that day?
Correct.
And you've been a Westfield police officer for how many years, sir?
About 19.
And so I want to ask you a couple just questions about general areas. Are you familiar with an establishment in Westfield called the Maple Leaf?
Yes, sir, I am.
And how best would you describe that?
It used to be a bar, and now it's a grill. They serve some food there.
Okay. And did you have an occasion recently to go there and take some photographs of the inside of the establishment?
Yes, sir, I did.
Yes.
I want to show you these images here. Not to ask you about them just quite yet. Just take a look at the plan. Do you have a chance to look at those?
Yes, sir.
Are those pictures that you took?
Yes, sir, they are.
And this incident obviously occurred 5 years ago or so in 2019. Are you familiar with what the establishment looked like back in 2019?
Yes, sir.
Any significant changes between then and when you took these pictures as to the layout?
Very. Back in the day, it was filled with pool tables. There wasn't any real table seating in the middle. It was basically isolated to the sides of the room.
Okay. So it does look somewhat different today than it did in 2019.
Correct.
And approximately what time of day did you take these photographs, if you recall?
Would have been right about 4 p.m.
Okay. Are these fair and accurate representations of the way this place looks recently at about 4 p.m.?
Yes, sir, they are.
Your Honor, I would move to offer these two exhibits.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have an occasion to also go to another establishment in this investigation called the Whip?
The Whip, correct.
All right. And could you describe that establishment in general?
That's a bar that has 2 different entrances and a little dance floor right in front of the bar.
And was that establishment in operation in 2019?
It was.
Is it still in operation today?
It is.
Have there been significant changes, if you know, to the inside of that establishment between 2019 and now?
No major changes.
Okay. And may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Just again, show you these images, take a moment, look at them to yourself, and then look up if and when you're done. Are you familiar with those images?
Yes, I am.
And did you take these images?
Yes, I did.
And again, approximately what time would you say you took these images?
Probably 4:15 p.m.
All right. And are these images fair and accurate representation of the way the Whip City appeared when you took the pictures recently?
Yes, sir.
And are they fair and accurate images of depictions of the way that the inside of it looked in 2019?
Yes, it is.
I moved to offer these 3 pictures.
All right.
Objection.
That's overruled. These have been marked.
3 pictures, 41, 42, and 43.
Detective, you've been a police officer in the city for a long time, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the street layouts and things of that nature within your city?
Very.
Are you familiar with where the Whip City is located?
I am.
All right. And are you familiar with 92 White Street, just the location in general?
I am.
All right. And if one were to drive from one place to another, is there a main route that you would take?
There is.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's sustained. Rephrase that question, main route.
Let me ask you this. As part of this investigation, did you personally drive from Whip City to 92 White Street?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, this is overruled.
I'm sorry, what the answer was?
Several times.
Okay. And if you know, is there more than one way to go to get between the two places?
As a direct, no. You could probably drive backwards down a dozen different side streets to get there, but if you were going from A to B, that would be the only route to take.
All right. And are you familiar with that route?
I am.
Could you just describe that route, please?
Absolutely. So you would leave 287 North Elm Street, which is the WIP. That's the address there. You would head south on Route 10 and 202, which is a major state highway. You take that until you cross over Great River Bridge southbound, and you'd come up to Emery Street, and then it would be a turnaround to head north on Elm Street at that point. So you would enter that little turnaround, head north on Elm Street, and then you would be headed east on Meadow Street. And then you'd take Meadow Street to White Street and turn south onto White Street.
And is that general area White Street, is that more commercial or more residential?
Residential.
All right. The area where the WIP is located in Elm Street, is that more commercial or residential?
Commercial.
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 Did you have an occasion to measure the distance between those two locations at some point in time?
I did.
And if you recall, what was the distance between the two locations?
It's about 1.3 miles.
All right. Let me ask you this. Have you ever worked a shift in Westfield that required you to be on duty between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning?
Many shifts, yes.
And could you just describe in general what, if any, the traffic is like at 1 in the morning in Westfield on a Friday night?
Objection.
In general, what the traffic is, the objection is overruled.
In general, given that area, it's the only access to the Mass Pike for most hill towns. So while the traffic might be quite a bit less, it's always there. You always notice traffic. So it may not be bumper to bumper, and it might not be 2-3 cars at a time, but there's always traffic down that road.
And are there more than one, let me ask this, is there more than one bar or restaurant in that commercial area of Westfield?
There is not right in that area, no.
So pretty much just the WIP?
Just the WIP.
And if you know, based on your own experience working those late night shifts, when the bar gets out, is there, what is the traffic like as the bar closes down and people have to leave?
Right about 1:30 in most of Westfield where there's a bar or a pub located, right about 1:30 you'll see the traffic uptick. Vehicles start leaving, people going home, and we assume that would be people giving other people rides home from the bar, that sort of thing, but traffic picks up about 1:30 a.m.
Okay. And are there, if you know, are there street lights or stop signs in between the two locations?
Between 287 North Elm Street and 92 White Street, there is 4 traffic lights and 4 major intersections.
All right. And if you know, do those traffic lights, do they alter during different states of the day, meaning flashing yellow or whatever?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Right. Do you know if these traffic lights change?
I do know.
And what can you tell us about those traffic lights?
Traffic lights between 92 White Street and 287 North Elm Street do not flash, ever.
All right. So they're just on their standard?
They're always on a standard cycle.
All right. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for Detective Mazza.
All right. Any cross, please?
Detective Mazza, you were asked today about pictures that you just went out and took of these establishments in the last couple weeks.
Correct.
All right, but you knew immediately that that Whip City Bar and the Maple Leaf were both involved in the incidents, in the events of that night, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't take any steps at that point in time to document what the state of the establishments looked like then, correct?
No, did not.
Okay, and you knew early on in this case that that there was an incident outside of Whip City that was very important to the circumstances of this case. Is that correct?
I'm not understanding now.
Well, specifically, you learned that that Ms. Avery had an interaction with a young man named Scott Burns outside of the Whip City. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't take any steps to go and document that that area outside of the Whip City, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay, so no. So you've come here now, all this time later, and now you've gone back to these establishments. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just didn't seem relevant at the time. In a thorough investigation.
An empty parking lot? I didn't know. It did not seem.
Oh, okay. But you didn't know something happened in that parking lot, correct?
I don't believe it was that night. It would. I'm not sure when we interviewed the gentleman that told us that. It would have been the next couple days.
But that was within a few days,
yes,
correct?
A few days.
Now, and it was your testimony that you've tracked the time to between Whip City and the White Street address, and that you came up with 1.3 miles?
I tracked the distance, yeah, not the time.
The distance, okay. And heard a lot of some information about what traffic might have been like at that time, but in fact, did you recover, were you part of the investigation that found surveillance videos of the car returning to the White Street address that night?
Yes, I was.
That was you?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you obtain that video from?
I believe I got two different sets of video. I believe one was from Pro Lamina, I believe, which was Elm Street, or North Elm Street. And the second would have been 101 Meadow Street, I believe, is the address there.
Okay, and so that's turning the corner directly onto White Street.
From Meadow to White Street.
Which is right near their house, the apartment at the time, correct?
Yeah, just down the street. Yep.
Okay, and those were time-stamped, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so we're not guessing here. You know that the vehicle that Ms. Avery and Mr. Scanlon returned to the car and arrived at that corner of Meadow Street and White Street at 1:20 a.m. Is that correct?
I do believe we saw the vehicle on the video from the Meadow and White Street intersection. I don't recall if we saw the vehicle on the video from North Elm Street, Pro Lamina, but that was a timestamp.
Okay.
That one, yes.
So you recovered the video, though, correct?
Yes, yes, I did.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Can I ask you, Detective Mazza, did you review any of those surveillance videos to prepare for today?
No, not within the last maybe 2 months.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you a couple questions now. As part of that, how did you went about getting those surveillance by going to the places that you believe might have this evidence and asking them if they had any video? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then when they did, you preserved that in the form of a digital video file, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you included that in the case file that went to the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
To the DA's office? Okay. Where's the...
So we'll mark the flash drive for ID only, is that right? All right.
Okay. That's going to be K.
Flash drive's been marked for ID only. I expect that it'll be entered into evidence at some point in time later, either through another witness or otherwise.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nothing else, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth will call Caitlin Avery.
Solemnly swear that the evidence you will give this court and jury in the case now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please take the witness stand.
Manquar?
Ready, Attorney Green.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And if you could just scooch a little closer to that microphone so everybody can hear you, could you just please introduce yourself to the jurors and spell your last name?
Hi, I'm Caitlin Avery, and it's Avery.
And how old are you?
28.
What town do you live in?
Springfield, Mass.
All right. Have you ever lived in Westfield?
Thank you. Yes.
All right. And how long did you live in Westfield?
About 2 years.
All right.
At the time, at least. I grew up there.
Okay. What was your relationship to Alexis Avery?
That is my baby cousin.
All right. So you're actually related to Alexis. And aside from your familiar relation, were you close personally?
Yes.
How long had you been friends with Alexis Avery for? Back in 2019?
We had been close pretty much from when I moved up from Florida, from when I was 11.
And through your relationship with her, did you come to know somebody by the name of Blake Scanlon?
I did.
All right. Do you see Mr. Scanlon here in the courtroom?
I do, right over here.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Can we do a little better?
Can you just point to him and describe an item of clothing that he might be wearing?
He's over there wearing the white shirt and the black suit.
Thank you.
Thank you. The record may so reflect.
Thank you. Again, just kind of an estimate. How long would you say you had known Blake, back in 2019?
Approximately maybe like 4 or 5 years at the time.
And if you know, what was his relationship with Alexis Avery?
They were friends at first, and then they started dating.
Okay. And did they have a child together, if you know?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Darla.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention back to, again, 2019, and specifically January 11th, which would have been a Friday night. What were you doing, or what were your plans that night?
Me and Lexi planned to go out to have a girls' night.
All right. And when you say we, specifically you and?
Me and Alexis.
Okay. And Did you end up at Alexis's mother's house at some point in time?
Yes, we actually met up at her mom Jessica's house because Jessica watched my son Jaden for the night for us to go out.
And was there something about taking somebody's car or whatnot?
Yeah, so my headlight was out in the front of my car, and Blake was going to use Lexi's car to move out that night.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question.
Get it, motion to strike.
Strike the last part.
So let me go back and ask you this. Was Alexis going to be driving her car that night?
No, we planned to drive her mom's car.
Okay. And why is that?
Because my headlight was out in my car, and Blake was planning to use Alexis's car.
Part is stricken. All right.
Do you know what car Blake took that night when he left?
Alexis's Cobalt.
All right. Chevy Cobalt?
Yes, Chevy Cobalt.
So at some point, are you back in the apartment with Alexis getting ready?
Yes, we drove from Alexis's mom's house back to their apartment, taking both her car and Alexis's mom's.
Okay. And if you recall, what was Alexis's mother's car?
It's a Mazda, a red Mazda SUV.
Okay. And when you got back to the apartment, was the defendant there?
Yes.
Could you describe how he was just acting in general?
Distraught, sad, mopey.
Did he say anything in particular?
Yeah, just he mentioned, he can't believe he's losing his family. He didn't want to. Stuff like that.
Okay. Did you see him consume any alcohol at that point?
I did. He grabbed a handle of Bacardi Lemon off the top shelf of their cabinet and took a few swigs.
All right. And did he say anything when he did that, if you know?
Just that he can't believe he's losing his family. He didn't want to lose them.
Okay. Now, you had made plans to go out with Alexis.
Yes.
Did those plans include, if you know, Mr. Scanlon?
No, absolutely not.
All right. Do you know if Mr. Scanlon left the apartment at some point in time?
Yeah, while me and Alexis were getting ready, he did leave, probably around, 8 approximately, maybe.
Sure. All right. So sometime around 8, he left.
Yeah.
And again, in whose car?
And Alexis's Cobalt.
And the two of you are still getting ready?
Yes.
When you say getting ready, what do you mean?
We were doing our makeup, listening to music, dancing around. Alexi had changed her outfit a couple times, just the regular being girls.
Sure. And it was a long time ago, but if you recall, what was, you called her Lexi?
Yeah.
What was she wearing that night, if you remember?
I remember the outfit that she ended up going out in was like a lighter pink crop top, long sleeve, like sweater, and some dark jeans with holes on the side.
Okay. And where did you go first? What bar?
The Maple Leaf in Westfield.
You know approximately what time you got there?
9-ish.
All right. And is that a place that you're familiar with?
Yes.
All right. And when you got to the Maple Leaf, was there anybody else with you at first other than Alexis?
No, people had actually met us up with us there.
All right. And when you say people met up with you there, who, if you know?
Alexis's coworker Scott and one of his friends.
All right. Had you met Scott before?
No.
All right. This is the first night you met him?
Yes.
All right. And how did, if you know, how did Scott know to be at that place?
Alexis had...
Sustained.
Do you know if Alexis attempted to communicate with Scott prior to this night? Not specifically what she said, but did she communicate with him?
Just yes or no? Overruled.
Prior than that night?
No, that night. I'm sorry.
Yes, she communicated with him.
Okay. And so what happened when Scott showed up? Just generally describe kind of what's going on.
We all met up at the bar, and he bought us a couple shots, and we were just mingling, hanging out, talking. They had been flirting a little bit, and it was just kind of casual at the beginning.
All right. And again, if you know, at that point in time, was Mr. Scanlon at the bar?
Not when we first got there.
Okay. Was Alexis doing anything with her phone?
Yeah, Alexis was very adamant to keep checking her location because her and Blake shared their locations.
Your Honor,
It's overruled.
may we approach?
Sure.
Mr. Avery, I'm just going to rephrase my question and kind of ask you very specifically. Did you see Alexis checking her phone?
Yes.
Did she check her phone more than once?
Yes.
All right. Did she ever show you on her phone what she was checking?
Yes. She showed me Blake's location.
Okay. And when you saw that, could you see where Mr. Scanlon's location was?
Objection.
The phone's location.
Yes. Could you see the location of the phone
Yes.
communicating with Alexis?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now, I want to just continue with the night. How are things going with Alexis and Scott?
They started flirting a bit more. We had taken a few shots apiece, and they did start kissing at the end of the bar, just kind of feeling each other out.
Mm-hmm. And did you see the defendant at that bar at any point in time during that night?
Yeah, after I noticed Lexi and Scott had started, flirting a bit more, there was a point where I seen Blake and one of his friends walk in to the bar, so I ran straight up to Alexis and told her, we gotta go, Blake's here.
Okay. And what was, specifically when you say flirting and getting along, what was Alexis, what did you see Alexis and Scott doing at the bar?
Hugging up on each other, flirting, complimenting each other, laughing, kissing, stuff like that.
Okay. Did you go to another place?
We did.
All right.
Yeah,
go ahead.
After he showed up there, we went to go leave, and we decided to go to a different bar so we could avoid any issues.
Where did you decide to go to?
To the Whip.
All right. Did you tell Mr. Scanlon where you were going?
No.
All right. Did you or Alexis, if you know, tell Scott where you were going?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you tell Scott you guys were going?
I actually, and she actually both told him we were going to the whip to meet us there.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, we went to the whip and met up.
As you were leaving, if you recall, what did the defendant do?
As we were leaving
The first place, the Maple Leaf.
the Maple Leaf, when we first seen him come in, Alexis ran out behind one side of the bar, and then I seen his friend that he was with. I went up to that friend and I started talking to him, asking like how was his mood that night.
Yeah, don't get into.
Okay, sorry.
Just what did you see?
I seen Blake go after her outside, and they went and had a conversation outside that I wasn't a part of.
Okay, you couldn't hear the conversation. No. Did anything strike you at that point?
Nothing seemed alarming at that time.
That's what I was getting at. So you and Alexis went over to the second place?
The whip.
Again, do you know approximately what time maybe you got there?
Maybe 10:30, 11. I'm not 100% sure. It was 5 years ago.
Somewhat later in the night?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. And if you know, did Scott and his friend show up at the whip?
Yes.
All right. Who got there first, if you know, you or him?
I think it was me and Alexis.
Okay. But he got there sometime shortly after?
Yeah, if not around the same time, because their parking lot's kind of big. So.
All right. And describe what you remember seeing of the interactions again between Alexis and Scott. Just their interactions, not what was said, but what were they doing?
The same things pretty much at the Maple Leaf. We were all hanging out. They were flirting. They were kissing. We were taking shots together. They were just in general having a good time with each other.
Okay. At some point in the evening, did you again notice Mr. Scanlon at the whip?
Yeah, actually out of nowhere, I looked up and I seen him standing off into the side by the pool tables, kind of just staring at us.
All right. Now you said that at the first place he was with a friend.
Yeah.
All right. What about at the second place?
No, he arrived alone.
Okay. Well, did you see him with anybody while you were there?
No.
All right. And just describe again, as best you can recall, where Mr. Scanlon was.
When I noticed him?
Yes.
Over by the pool tables, standing off in the corner.
All right. And where were Alexis and Scott?
At the end of a U-shaped bar. So at the end of the U.
All right. Did you talk to Mr. Scanlon?
I did.
And how did you initiate that conversation?
I did.
How did you do that?
When I noticed him standing there and he went to come over and talk to Alexis and ask her, what was going on, who was Scott. Alexis introduced Scott to him and said, this is my coworker, Scott. And then I had pulled Blake out to the patio and I told him, what are you doing? This isn't going to, help anything.
So that's sustained as to what she said. Ask the next question.
But you had a conversation with him outside on the patio?
Yes.
All right. What did he say to you?
Hold on, I'm sorry. I remember having the conversation with him, and then as I was telling him whatever, he looked over and seen Alexis and Scott hugging, and he said, why the fuck are they hugging like that?
Okay.
And if he keeps seeing that, he was going to fuck him up.
All right. So he said that to you?
Yes.
All right. Did you go back inside at some point?
Yes, after that conversation.
All right. Did you, without getting into details, did you relay some information to Alexis?
I did.
All right. And when I ask you about this, you mentioned, well, let me ask you this. Was there a point in time in the night where Alexis's or her mother's key fob went missing?
Yeah.
When did Alexis notice the key missing, if you know?
It was definitely after I had the conversation with Blake.
At the second place, though?
At the second place, because we drove the mom's car to the whip.
Sure.
At some point after that conversation we had, she let me know that, the car key was missing, the fob.
Did you help her look for it?
I did. inside the bar.
Where did you look?
So me and her both looked inside the bar, and then we were kind of separated and we're looking around. After a little bit, I noticed she wasn't in the bar anymore, so I went outside to look for her, and I seen her standing up against her mom's car, and Blake was like standing in front of her, kind of standing over her. And when I walked out, I, said, get away from her. And she said, oh, he's bothering me.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did he say anything to you?
That he was trying to help her find the key.
Okay. What happened after that interaction?
I had them go separate ways. I went outside and I told Alexis to go in one door, and I told...
Objection, Your Honor.
Where did you go, and where did she go, if you know?
She went into the main door, or the side door on the left side of the property, and I went around to the front door where you get ID'd, and I went back in that way.
All right. So now, I want to jump forward to like about 1 o'clock in the morning or so. Did you have eyes on Alexis at this point? Could you see her in the bar?
No.
All right. Did you know where she was at that time?
I did not.
All right. Was the defendant still at the bar?
Yes.
All right. Did he ask you any questions about Alexis?
He did. He was asking me where she was and what she was doing, and I showed him my phone that I was calling her right in front of him, like, look, she's not answering me either. I don't know where she's at.
Okay. And you were trying to locate her?
Yes.
And why is that?
She was my ride home, and because it's my little cousin, I want to know what's going on with her.
Yep. Did you find her to get a ride home that night?
I did not.
I'm sorry?
I did not.
Okay. And let me ask you this. You saw the defendant at both bars, right?
Yes.
All right. If you remember, do you recall if he was drinking?
I did not see him drink at either bar.
All right. You had a conversation with him at both places, is that correct?
Yeah, briefly.
And had you ever consumed alcohol in his presence in the past, before this night?
Yes.
Have you ever seen him tipsy or intoxicated?
Yes.
Based on your interactions with him that night, how did he appear to you?
Sober, just distraught, like from the beginning, upset that he was losing his family, like he was saying, but not out of like the ordinary, like it wasn't alarming.
Your Honor.
That's a rule.
Could you understand his words when he spoke with you?
Absolutely.
Is he standing upright, not falling down, things like that? Did you ever see Alexis again after that night?
I did not.
I'm just going to show you some pictures, and I don't want you to say anything about them. Just take a minute, flip through them, and let me know when you're done. Without getting in it, I'm going to ask you about it now, but do you recognize what is depicted in these images?
Yes.
What are these pictures of?
Me texting Alexis, and then me texting her when I couldn't find her too.
And so you were trying to contact with her
device, her.
Yeah, her phone. Yeah.
And just so you're clear, again, not an iPhone expert or anything, but like the blue bubbles
Are me.
are you.
Yes.
Okay. And have you had a chance to look at these just now?
Yeah.
Are these accurate representations of the messages you were sending to Alexis's phone?
Yes.
Can I have this packet mark for identification, please?
Identification only.
L7 sheets.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Just very quickly, without getting into specifics, did you attempt to contact Miss Avery's cell phone on Saturday?
Yes.
And did you actually speak with her, hear her voice on Saturday?
No.
I have no further questions.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Ms. Avery. Going back to the night of January 11th, 2019, on that particular night, you also have a child, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old was your child at that time?
Oh my goodness, can I do the math? I'm sorry. 29, 50,
How old was she then?
19. He was 4.
Okay. And so on that particular night, the plan was to go out for a girls' night with Kayla. Is that correct? I mean, with Alexis, correct?
Yes.
And the plan was that Alexis's grandmother was going to keep both your child and Darla. Is that correct?
No.
No? Okay.
No. Jessica, her mom, kept my son, and her grandmother kept Darla.
Okay. And so you met up to get a car, and then you headed back over to Alexis's house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that that Blake was talking some about. Well, first of all, you said that he seemed sad.
Yeah.
And I think you used the word mopey.
Yeah.
And I think you also used the word distraught.
Yeah.
That is something, you described him as distraught starting even as early as before you left. Is that a fair recollection of your testimony?
Yeah.
Okay. And you talked to police shortly after this happened. Is that correct?
Yeah, after we got notice that it happened.
Okay. And you talked about that conversation between Alexis and Blake before you left to go out. Do you recall that?
What conversation?
Well, in general, you talked about while everybody was getting ready to go out.
Yeah.
Correct. That you were there and Alexis was getting ready to go out.
Yes.
And Blake was also getting ready to go out. Correct.
He was just there waiting to leave to go to his friend's house.
Okay.
He was already dressed, like he wasn't getting ready as we were.
Okay, but he was definitely going out. Correct.
Yeah.
And he also left before you guys left the house.
Yes.
And during that time when you were all together at the apartment, he did say something about the future and that there was that maybe they weren't going to continue to be together. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And he specifically said when you talked to police, so when I do leave, what about child support? So do you remember saying that to the police?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was saying, so when I do leave, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, but on that particular night, you and Alexis were going out, correct?
Yes.
And Blake went to his friend's house.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't know what their plans were with his friends other than that, correct?
No.
All right. But it's fair to say that Maple Leaf is a bar that you've been to in the past?
Yes.
And you've been there with Alexis and Blake in the past?
No.
No?
No.
But it's a local tavern, right?
Yes.
And so is the Whip?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that the Whip is the closest bar to their home?
Yeah, I guess the Maple Leaf and the Whip are kind of very close to where their apartment was.
Okay. Doesn't take more than about 3 minutes to get between the whip and their house. Is that fair?
Probably.
Okay. Now, at the time of, on January 11th, at that point in time, Blake and Alexis, they have actually been on again, off again since about 2016. Is that correct?
Yeah, they were on and off again, but as of New Year's Eve when I was at the house with them.
Just answer the question. So
yes.
They had been on again,
Yep.
off again, correct? Okay. And then as far as when they lived together, though, they moved in together at White Street around June of 2018. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And so they were definitely had moved there during the time that Alexis became pregnant with Darla. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
she was already pregnant.
Okay. And then Darla was born in August, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And so Blake lived there, and they were living there at White Street together as a family during that period of time, correct?
Yes.
And so since August all the way through until through Thanksgiving, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and Christmas?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he's still living there in January 11th of 2019. Correct?
Yes.
Now, during the time while you guys were getting ready to go out, during that period of time, you saw Blake take several swigs of Bacardi. Is that correct?
A couple swigs, yes.
Okay. And, you say a couple swigs now. When you talk to police, you
He
said
took
something.
some big sips, is what it was.
Swigs.
Yeah.
And that's what you mean is big gulps straight from a Bacardi bottle. Correct?
Yes.
And that was a handle, right?
Yes.
And the court reporter is going to tell us that we need to stop talking over each other, so let me finish my questions. So, Bacardi, drinking it straight before they go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was other alcohol around the apartment that night, too. Do you recall that?
Not really, to be honest. I didn't go in their fridge or anything, but I do specifically remember the Bacardi lemon right on top of their cabinets.
Okay. And today you say it was 2 or 3 swigs, but when you talked to police, I think you said something more like 4 or 5?
Possibly.
Okay. But it was straight right from the bottle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit more about the girls' night aspect of it. You and Alexis actually made plans and discussed what you would be doing, and it was something along the lines of going out to eat, or something like that. Is that fair to say?
For food and drinks.
For food and drinks.
Yes.
And at some point in time, though, you knew that you were. It came to pass that Scott Burns and his friend from work joined you all at the Maple Leaf. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you know Alexis was inviting Scott?
After we were going to leave her apartment, yes. Prior to us meeting up, no.
Okay. And did you know that she had a crush on him or liked him in some fashion?
No, as far as I knew, it was just a coworker.
Okay. And she hadn't been out with him prior to that, is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And that was the first time you met him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that when Blake came to the Maple Leaf, that you immediately had a reaction to that in terms of what Alexis was doing with Scott at the bar. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you even suggested to her that she needed to knock it off.
Yes.
Okay. And and so, did she knock it off?
Sort of. We kind of went to a different place to excuse ourselves from being in his presence.
Okay. Now, when you went to the next bar, you said that before you left that Blake and Alexis had a conversation outside before heading over to the whip. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And so you weren't there for that conversation, so you don't know what they spoke about.
I was not.
Okay. So you don't know if Alexis shared where she was going?
As far as I know, she did not.
You don't know that?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you testified tonight that you did not see Blake drink anything at all at the bar.
I did not see him drink anything at the bar.
Okay, so he's drinking swigs of Bacardi at his home, but at the bar he's not drinking anything.
Yeah.
Okay. And you were drinking that night?
I was.
Did shots with Scott and Alexis? And
yes.
Okay. And about how much did you have to drink that night?
Honestly, I can't recall. It's been 5 years, and there's been a lot to happen since. So, I mean, we had a decent amount to drink. We were out to drink.
Okay. And so you don't recall, you recall Scott buying you shots at the bar?
Yeah.
At the first bar, correct?
Yes.
And he bought you shots at the second bar, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you were when Blake came to the first bar, to Maple Leaf, you talked to him for some period of time, correct?
No, not really at the first bar. I talked to his friend.
Okay. And was his friend drinking?
I didn't see him have a drink in his hand. They had just walked in.
Okay. Now, you went to the second bar. You went to the Whip, correct?
Yes.
Now, once you were there, at some point in time, Alexis loses her keys to the car that she's driving that night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, did she ever find them?
No.
Now, what did you think when you learned that she had lost her keys?
That it was just a small little key fob and that there wasn't really much else on it, so it was easy to lose. And we were kind of looking on the ground because we didn't have purses or like pockets, really. You know, girls put stuff in their shirts.
Okay. And you helped her look inside the bar?
I did.
Okay. And Blake was helping look for the keys too, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And he was looking outside the bar?
Yeah. After she had went out, he had went out too.
And he was also helping her look for the keys, correct?
That's what they said.
Okay. And now, at some point in time, and I think it was maybe around 1 o'clock, 1:10 or so, you head back into the bar. Does that sound right in terms of timeline to you?
Approximately, yeah.
Okay. And you had actually misplaced, or did you misplace your ID, or did the bar still have it?
So my debit card was like a temporary one. It didn't have my name on it, so they kept my ID with my debit behind the bar. So at first I couldn't get back in. I had to have them bring my ID out.
Okay. And then you got back into the bar?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and you drank some more, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Did you buy your drink, or was...
I had been paying for my own drinks at that point.
Okay. And at that point in time, at some point, Blake was back in the bar with you, and he was talking to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, he doesn't know where Alexis is.
No.
Okay. And you also don't know where she's gone, correct?
Yes.
Right. And that's concerning to you because she's your ride home?
Yeah, and my little cousin.
Okay. And do you know how many more drinks you had at the bar?
Probably one. Between that all happening and me leaving, just sat on one drink.
Okay. And Blake is sitting there next to you at the bar? Sitting at the bar talking?
He's kind of like standing there on the side, and then he would like walk around looking for her and then come stand next to me again asking where she was.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, you lose track of Blake as well. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and so starting around 12:30, is that when you started reaching out and trying to reach Alexis?
I believe so, that the papers do have like the specific numbers of timing, but I believe it was around that time frame, yes.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes. Need the ID exhibit? Fill the last ID exhibit.
Will you refresh your memory if you saw a record of your text exchange and your calls to Alexis?
Yeah.
Well, you're taking a look at that. I want to tell the jury about refreshing recollection, okay? So you take a look at that. When a witness, this is refreshing recollection, which is what happened now. When a testifying witness's memory is exhausted as to a matter about which he or she once had knowledge, the witness's memory may be refreshed in the presence of the jury with any writing or other object that permits the witness to further testify from his or her own memory. The writing or object should not be read from or shown to the jury. So she's not to read from it. She's just using this to refresh her recollection about something that she once knew. Okay? That's refreshing recollection.
So based on that, do you think it's fair to say that you started trying to reach Alexis around 12:26 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And you called her, and she didn't pick up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point you started messaging her saying, hey, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at 12:46, you tried to video call her. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you're texting, messaging again, asking where she is, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it during that period of time where you show Blake and say, I'm trying to reach her too, I don't know where she's gone?
Yeah, exactly.
Fair to say you're pretty irritated with her at that point.
Not really, more worried.
Well, she was your ride home, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you weren't sure, it was cold outside?
Yeah, it was freezing.
So it wasn't, it was going to be difficult to get home and get an Uber and all that?
Well, not necessarily. It's just either way that she was my ride, so I was worried about where she was.
Okay. And at that point in time, though, you're showing Blake the messages, and he's in the bar with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So neither of you can find her.
Yes.
Okay. Now, later, you finally do hear back from Alexis sometime about 1:45 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Well, from her phone.
You heard back from her phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's at that point in time, that's when you learned that she went with somebody else. Is that fair to say?
That's what I got for a text message. I didn't believe it though.
Okay. And she went on to, and when it's suggested she went with somebody else, you say, is that Scott? Is that correct?
After the next message, I said, what do you mean with who, Scott?
Right, because she texts back and says, he probably left after caught me fucking someone in the truck.
Well, at that point, I don't know if it was her texting me, so it's her phone. Correct, it's her phone.
Okay. And in response to that, you say, what? By someone, you mean Scott? And the reply you get back at 2:06 a.m. is, yeah, LOL.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't attempt to text or message Alexis again until like 8:35 the next morning. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, my keys and stuff were in her house, so I was trying to get that back.
Excuse me.
May I have a minute, Your Honor?
Of course.
Now, so you left the first, you left the Maple Leaf because Blake came, and Alexis was continuing, was flirting and kissing and making out with Scott. Fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, and even if she wasn't, we didn't want to be around him either way, so.
But you left because?
We seen Blake come in.
Okay. And then when he comes into the second bar, Alexis is continuing to kiss and flirt and make out with Scott at that bar too, correct?
I don't believe she was necessarily making out with him at the whip, but they were like touchy-feely, huggy right there.
Okay. And at that, you also suggested to her that she knock it off there too, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you understood that it was distressing to Blake, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's sustained.
You understood that he was distressed about the situation?
Yeah.
How did you get home that night?
Actually, I had a friend come meet up with me, and he drove me home.
Okay. So you had to call somebody to get a ride home?
Yes.
Do you know what time that happened?
Around closing, like I know it was after I actually had gotten one of the first texts back from Alexis's phone. At that point, I was like, there's nothing I can do. I don't know where she is. I can go home.
Okay. So at the time that you got that first text back from her and she said, I left with somebody, you're like, I guess.
A little bit after, yeah. Like I still sat there for a little bit.
Because you had to finish up your last drink and pay your tab?
Well, that, and I was just still sitting there kind of thinking over the night, like, what the hell happened?
Okay. And you paid your tab and then you left around closing time?
Yes.
Which was about 2 o'clock?
I would guess so, yeah.
No further questions.
Redirect.
May we approach this briefly?
Yeah, sure.
No, I don't think so. Thank you very much, though. I just have a couple of quick clarification questions.
Okay.
Actually, if I could see that now. This is 44. I'm going to display Exhibit 44. These are numbered 1 through 7, so just for the record, I'm displaying page 6 of 44. You see that image on the monitor?
Yeah, it's actually right behind you as well.
And so the blue is messages that you sent to Alexis's phone?
Yes.
And the white are messages that you got back from Alexis's phone?
Yes.
And is the picture over here in the corner, is that Alexis?
Yeah.
Hard to tell, but all right. And this message, he probably left after caught me fucking someone in truck, LO. Anything seem odd to you about that message?
Overruled.
May I be heard?
You can be heard. Okay, so we're going to ask that question again.
Caitlin, just very specifically, that reply you got, did that seem off to you? Just yes or no?
Yes.
You obviously knew Alexis very well.
Yes.
And did you know how she normally spoke and things like that?
Yes.
Counsel asked you a bunch of questions actually at the beginning of the cross-examination about time frames when Alexis and Blake were together. So they were together at Thanksgiving and living together, correct?
Yes.
And at Christmas time.
Yes.
And you started to mention something about New Year's, correct?
Yes.
All right.
It's leading, so no more leading.
Were you present during a conversation between the defendant and Alexis on New Year's Day?
Yes.
Objection.
Well, that's the last leading question, so now go ahead, next question.
Did you hear Alexis?
Sustained.
What do you remember hearing from that conversation?
Objection.
Well, not the back and forth, just Mr. Scanlon, if she remembers.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor, if I could be heard on that.
If you need to.
I do.
Okay.
If you're...
Here's some testimony I expect members of the jury regarding a conversation which this witness will say took place on or around January 1, 2019. If you credit that testimony, it's not offered for the truth of any of its content, but you may accept it if you believe it, only as to Mr. Scanlon's state of mind at that time. All right? That is the state of his knowledge, state of mind. Okay? Go ahead.
All right, I'm just going to rephrase the question again. Were you with the defendant and Alexis on New Year's Day?
Yes.
Did they have a conversation about the relationship?
Yes.
Did you overhear that conversation?
Yes, I was sitting right with them.
And to the best of your memory, what was that conversation?
That they were no longer going to be together. Alexis didn't want to be with Blake anymore.
Who initiated that conversation?
It was kind of a group thing. Lexi felt safe that I was there, that she could confront him in that situation.
Stricken.
So I'm going to back up a little bit. You were there, Alexis was there, and so was the defendant.
Yes.
And she mentioned something about their relationship.
Yes.
What do you specifically recall her telling him about the relationship?
That she didn't want to be with him anymore.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he say in response to that?
That was...
Overruled.
I can continue. That was actually the very first time that the child support comment was brought up, was that night when the breaking up originally happened. Alexis explained that she wasn't trying to keep him from Darla, and then he instantly started worrying about child support and what was going to happen to him on that level.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
All right, recross.
So after that conversation on January 1st, another 10 days passed before you went out again with Alexis.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And you weren't there for every conversation that Blake and Alexis had during that period of time, correct?
Yes.
Correct? You were not there?
Yeah, correct. I was not there.
Okay. So it's fair to say that you heard a conversation on January 1st, but you weren't there for any further conversations they had about the future of their relationship, correct?
In between the 2 days, yes, correct.
No further questions.
All right, you're all set. Thank you, Ms. Avery. Thank you very much.
May we approach, please?
Yeah, do you need, or are we just going to suspend?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, it's 20 minutes, you're all set. You can sit down. Through our witnesses for the day, all right? So 20 minutes to 4, so we're going to break a little bit early. So if you put your notebooks and pens down, I want to go through with you the instructions and the court's order. And the reason why I do this every day, and sometimes I feel like I'm just repeating myself, but I'm doing it because it's of utmost importance that you adhere strictly to these orders throughout the entire course of the trial. Keep an open mind. Don't form any judgments as to any aspect of this case. We're not done with the evidence yet. You do not have the arguments of counsel, nor do you have the law that you're to apply in deciding this particular case. You must decide this case based only on the evidence that's presented here in the four walls of this courtroom. That means that you cannot search on the internet, website, blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case, conduct legal research, or do anything else to help you decide the case. Do not try to find any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. Do not investigate this matter. Remember, you're the judges of this case, and you're to decide this case based only on the facts. As to that particular instruction, do not have anybody perform those tasks on your behalf or do them for you. Until you retire to deliberate, you cannot discuss, and you must not discuss this case with anyone, even amongst yourselves. You may begin discussing this case only when you enter the deliberation room after I've told you to retire and begin your deliberations. I know we all have personal cell phones, which are basically smartphones, which are all mini computers of vast powers, investigatory tools, and so forth. You may not use these tools to communicate electronically with anybody about the case. Don't disclose your thoughts about your jury service or this case or advice as to how to decide this case. This includes your family and friends. Do not read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media or from any other source, including television, newspapers, and the internet. Do not perform any searches in that regard under any circumstances or have anyone do that for you. Do not talk to any of the witnesses, parties, or attorneys involved in this case. They know not to interact with you. coming and going. But all the professionals have been doing this for a while, and so they know that. The reason for these cautions are simple. We've now heard a day of testimony, but they're all critically important. There is to be no outside influence or information of any kind on you or your deliberations. That would be completely improper, unfair to the parties, and would cause a problem for our trial. With that, I'll ask you all to come in here shortly before 9 o'clock. We'll try to get started right as close to 9 o'clock as we possibly can. I expect a full day tomorrow. Thank you all for your attention. Try to get a good night's sleep tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All rise.
You're exiting.
So we're going to bag the knives in the morning, plastic evidence bags or what have you, and that's it. I did catch that purple ribbon on the way out, but it was the smallest little thing on it, but it was a white blouse, so it was there. I could see it, but I tried to see it and I couldn't for the longest time. So we're not going to have any more purple ribbons on the witness stand. Is there anything else we need to talk about?
I don't believe so.
All right, so we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Green. Who are the witnesses for tomorrow? And the order, preferably.
Yes. Mr. Burns, Scott Burns.
First?
Yes.
Okay.
Sergeant McNally. And if we have, I will submit this for the court. We have stipulations regarding a lot of the chain of custody for DNA and things like that. However, and I appreciate that, but I'm still going to call one criminalist and one DNA analyst just so the jurors have some background about what DNA essentially is. I'd expect them to both testify tomorrow, and potentially also the medical examiner.
I thought the medical examiner wasn't available till Wednesday.
I'm going to see if I can get him available tomorrow. I just the way we're moving through this case, if the medical examiner is available tomorrow, I could potentially rest him.
Right.
Big if, but we're moving right along.
All right, so then that's who we may see tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'll see you in the morning.
All rise.